Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第520天 is day 520 into our active recalls
皎
here.
洁，
皎洁. Both of these characters are actually pretty weak. Jiao is the new one, or a newer one than the Jie. Jie is pretty weak too. They're both very similar. One has Jiao in it, the other one has Jie. And then it is the radical to the left that kind of gives it the idea of what it is. So this is bright because it's white, and this is clean because yeah, water next to it.
皎洁，收获，
Huo. Huo is the one that's dropped. It's the newer one. Show is very early, and sometimes I kind of get it mixed with show. Show Huo. What was it? Foreman offered a torch. Check for his services in the bakery. And then Huo is harvest orchid and harvest what? Orchid and greens. It's the Huo, it's the Hulk part that lost.
收获，
Excuse me.
所谢，
所谢 meaning this time, trivial. So not so much the read, so it's pretty okay. Trivial is the rough part. And then 谢 is pretty weak too, which is bits. So high like shit. Trivial matters. Where's the shit? Not the strongest. Because the bottom, this one is more like Xiao. More commonly Xiao. So we're combining two weak ones.
"所谢，偶酷，
Trivial bits. Bits are kind of trivial, if in a way. The meaning is the weak one. I missed the tone as well. Thinking it was because of exclamatory. In this case is throwing. The right does have the read oh, and then it's all for the third turn. And then two is to vomit. Actually, two is kind of weak too because I often think it's two, the tone 3. Actually, that's a tone shift. That's why it's interesting. Am I worried about that too? I think I am. I think we're gonna have to find another one for this. I don't want to lead in on tone shifts yet. Yeah, we'll do the same thing we did yesterday.
偶酷，
Why does it sound different? Huh. Well,
开窍，
this one double open, but this is more like opening the mind. 开窍 is the weak one. Still pretty weak. But has a different meaning now. Like it's to become enlightened. Okay. Okay. Okay.
开窍，开窍，呕吐，
Okay. You didn't accept.
收获，皎洁，琐屑，
Okay, so let's go back for a sec here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna remove the one. We'll find another one when it comes back around. Oh, I gotta make sure the order is flipping over. Yeah, it's flipping over properly here. Okay. Entire other four.
晾干，
liang is the weak one. I keep thinking it has something to do with like sun and bright and whatnot, as opposed to air drying, which still kind of deals with the sun. We're just double downing on the drying part. The drying part is what I'm dropping.
晾干，
We're gonna have to add air dry because not a smart
肆
thing.
虐，
Si is really weak. Nye is the only Nye that I know. So we kind of throw that in. And then Si got redefined. Si is introduced as 4. But it also can be used as a verb to be like reckless. So we're using reckless. The other is the like government for combat like counterfeiting and whatnot. The formal for. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weak. Pretty weak. Okay.
肆虐，掐表，
Cha is the weak one. The pinching, but it's curvy, no fingers. Still, stopwatch is pretty good. The pinching watch kind of has a visual to it. Cha. Okay.
掐表，赞赏，
John is the weak one. Largely for its read, not so much for its meaning. There's actually double Johns. John it's repetitious, John. And Xiang will help with the praising. To admire, to praise, to appreciate. Yeah.
赞赏、赞赏、
Oops. I was not looking carefully.
晾干、
Oh. 4.
掐表、 肆虐、
Okay. Alright. Now time for our characters for today. Get into our characters. Spinning wheel of cactus. Got 2. Oh no, this is wrong. No, it's yeah, wrong. Wrong person swap. 50-50 on the person swap.
八、
Fragrant plant. 50-50. That's a 50-50. Oh no. Yeah, oh yeah. That's cover. B or protecting. Protecting as in covering, sense of protecting something. To cover something. That's a 50-50. What was P? P has a oh, it's a flag. Well, darn. I want to say I'm torn between two things. Hmm. Hmm. Nah, there's too many. There's like 3 things. Development. We're gonna use. Oh, I think we're gonna stop using sandal. Just use A. Maybe I'll use. Let's go look for another word. Development. Could end up being like qual and whatnot. Let's see. 演化, okay, 演化 is good too. 演化, 衍生 short of, yeah. So either of these. There's also 演过, no 演过. There's 演变. All of these seem fine. Physics. 衍射. Oh, to direct. Oh, that's interesting. 演化 is pretty on the nose. 衍生 is a little weak. 演变, okay. We'll do 生. 生 is a little weak on the side. I kind of think it's express over extend, but express is without the person. Okay. Okay. More on the nose. What the
脚
crafty? This is to pair with Hua, right? Having some art lighting difficulties, you're able to provide some brief thoughts? Sure. Sure. Why not?
仍 见
Oh no, this is cheap. Or, oh no, this is better. The other is cheap. It's cheap without the spray. I think cheap is without the spray. Oh, spatter is the one with the water. Yeah, cheap is without the spray. Okay.
Jiao
What the? We have salt and a blowgun? Oh.
咸
Heck. Shen for high. It looks like gun because of the syringe. So car. Shen because of high. Do I have a I don't think I do. So this has a lot of pairings. Shen. What did I do? Oh. You send an image, it's the hand with the arrow pointing towards it that I feel looks off. Is she holding on to something? Yeah, I mean, is she holding on to something? I mean, looks okay. The thumb is The, I guess it's missing a joint. Or otherwise, the thumb is too long. I don't see it being that big of a deal. Right, like when you're holding on to something. I mean, in general, from that angle, you wouldn't be able to see the thumb most of the time anyways. She's holding an unrendered object. I think you messed up the hand angle too. I don't know, you wouldn't be able to see the thumb. Oh, you really can't pinpoint it, but the hand sticks out that's not matching the... Oh, you're talking about the lighting? Well, if you're talking about the lighting, the hand is supposed to be completely... You wouldn't be able to see the hand, most of the hand. You might be able to see the tip of the hand. Like, there's no occlusion. Unless you're trying to make the hand stick out of the coat, then the coat would have to come up a bit. Like, the sleeve would have to be angled up. So I think, I mean, half the hand should be in darkness. Like, it should be dark, it should be as dark as your, however you were lighting the inside of the coat. Like, it's too bright. It's not underneath the sleeve, unless you're making it underneath the sleeve, then, like, if you want the hand to be underneath the sleeve, it's too bright. Right now, what it looks like is your coat looks like it's over the hand. The coat sleeve looks like it's over the hand, but somehow the light just penetrates the entire coat. Yeah, like, it's supposed to be completely dark. Like, you're not supposed to see half the hand, maybe the fingertips. It's way too bright. Although, honestly, the reason why it looks off, in my opinion, is present in nearly the entire thing. So, like, your entire artwork does not have any occlusion. Maybe the hair has some occlusion. Yeah, maybe the hair, the face has occlusion. All your other objects do not have occlusion. Like the coat, yet. Like, I don't know how far you are along, but like the coat over the skirt, the socks over the leggings, the boot over the socks, the ammo strap over the dress, and the coat sleeve over the hand is missing occlusion. You have about 6 hours of drawing time to get this finished. Oh, you need to finish it. Oh. So, like, what I'm saying is, like, you have your hand, right? Then you have your sleeve. So this whole part is going to be shaded, like distinguished. Like, so you have a really solid shadow that makes across the top to know that the sleeve is over the hand. So it's missing that. And then you can still do your, like, this is darker here. And then you might have some, like, lighter spots here on the fingers, like when you draw in the digits. But it's missing this. Like, is the sleeve over the hand, or is it is the hand Because if it is, then you would have to draw the sleeves like up a little and have the hand above the sleeve. So the hand is on top of the sleeve. So then there's no occlusion. Right, like then the sleeve will be around on top of the hand. Then you don't need anything. And this would end up being a bright spot then. It'll be a bright spot, edge spot. And then there still be occlusion down here, but it would be less. It'd be just like a very fine line, if not. And then the rest of the hand would be as bright as you made it. But then it'd be like pushing forward. So it'll be slightly darker here, but the whole hand is usually lighter. So now she's holding it like this, and she's holding it forward, like a fist in front. Where the sleeve is underneath, it's like hanging behind the hand. But if it's over the hand, the whole thing would be masked. You can try different things. Oh, it's underneath? Yeah, so you would probably shade from the edge of the sleeve. Yeah, you would probably... The closer it is to the edge, the more cover it'll have. So, like, you can have... So you drew this, right? You drew... And then here's the object. And then here's the sleeve, right? So this part it'll be shaded like this way, and then it'll be darkest here. We can use cross hatching actually. Cross hatching is... So the occlusion would be like this, and the so you said half the hand. It's kind of like right this much of the hand, and then the occlusion would be here. So it would just fade out to there. So then you know that this part is resting next to the silk or next to your cloth thing, because you're I guess you're expecting the sleeve to be resting on top of this, unless somehow the sleeve is like in you know, like a, if you look down and your hand is like this, where the sleeve never makes contact with the hand. That's kind of weird, but I guess there are certain characters with hula hoop sleeves. But usually at that angle, the sleeve is resting on top of the hand. So wherever it's resting is going to be occluded. And based on that angle, because your light is coming from like slightly over here, it will probably cast a larger shadow, is what I would think. This is what you wanted to do in terms of the hand out of the sleeve. Yeah, okay. It's interesting. You don't really have to draw the thumb in that general. Oftentimes, like, someone's gripping, not that it's a big deal. I think that's fine. Like, people would hold, you can hold something like this. Like, some people grip things like this, where they have like the maybe the object is too small and the thumb is outside, right? Usually it'd be like you only see the corner, like a little bend, so they would be holding this way, so it'd be like over. You'll probably only see like a thumb sticking out, but that's not a big deal, honestly. I actually kind of like your second profile. No, they're not too far out. They're fine. They're supposed to be darker though, so they're not supposed to be lighter. They're supposed to be darker, right? It's going into the sleeve. The brightest part is the knuckles. The only part that would be the lightest on your hand is the knuckles. So when you're like wrapping around, the only part, so the smaller parts would be completely black. So, and everything around the object, this part around the object would be black too, because you're making contact with the object. So You do the, the whole thing about like Sam does art stuff where if you're worried about hand things, go and find an object. Usually if you have a mirror, it'd be easier. Like you find an object and then use your hand and then put it in front of a mirror and you'll probably be able to see where the lighting stuff are. But yeah, your little fingers, the only part that would ever shine would be the knuckles. The knuckles would be the brightest. Other than that, the gradient you have is fine. So like you keep all your normal lighting. Like what you have now, the whole thing is fine. The lighting is good. That's for like directional lighting. Now you need the architectural lighting, like the occlusion to make it look like your hand is actually underneath something, and then your hand is over something, and then your hand is like the different joints have to be different shades. Other than the line thing. So like, you have your knuckles here, and then you have your other fingers, right? The rest of your fingers that wrap around this object. These are going to be darker. This part is going to be lighter, right? And then this part is going to be darker. And then your thumb is to whatever it wants to do. But it's to highlight the different segments. Obviously, you can use your line art. You are using your line art to show that there's different parts of your fingers. What about the piece in general? I think it's good. It looks like you spent a lot of time with it. Your blending, it's interesting, like to me, that you spent a lot of time on you've shown me way more intricate like cloth work, right? And it's interesting how most of the piece doesn't have any of it. Like for example, your coat, the overcoat is missing texture, like texture from your coloring, so to speak. So it feels kind of on the weaker side of things. And your skirt, your skirt is nice, the little like riffles and folds in the end, but it feels to me that you have done far more intricate ones than that before. But I guess you're not really graded on those things. I think overall, like, it looks great as a silhouette, like the general basis. I think the next part is basically lacking texture, right? Not that you need texture. I think most references for anime and whatnot don't have any texture. The reason the coat lacks texture is largely because you're avoiding your responsibility. Yeah, texture. Oftentimes, the thing about texture is it can be your brush technique. Like you don't necessarily have to create a line texture. You can create painting texture, which is how I typically go about it. So right now your coat looks like it's being filled in. So most of the stuff is filled in. Like your skirt, that is really intricate pattern. Like that's tough. That to me is a lot of time to do the coat, like the skirt pattern. That's not the same as texture. So like your like when you're doing like checkered things like this where you make a pattern, right? And then this is a pattern, so you're using patterns to coat surfaces, and that's really hard. Personally, I don't spend time making intricate patterns. The texture of the thing is missing. So like, your skirt looks, I guess the skirt would be like something like this, right? The skirt piece, but it's missing like right? Or maybe something like something that makes it there's no like there's the direction is fine, right? You have these waves, but it kind of goes up. I don't know how to do skirts, but it just feels like you have patterns on a flat surface, and I don't know how to. I wouldn't know how to think about how to make it not appear so flat. Uh, the code appears flat, basically. It's very clean looking, which I think that's what you were going for. Interesting. I don't know. I would have to look at it again. I mean, I looked at your different iterations as you were going. Maybe I'll do something this evening. But you have to send it in like 6 hours? Dang. What are you graded on? While I continue this. Oh wait. Did I add this? I did. Oh, no. We have different highs here. Yan. Chen Jian. Railing of a balcony. I don't know what threshold. That's threshold? Yan is threshold? Oh, it's a different read of it. Yeah, Khan is threshold. Interesting. We're gonna avoid alternative reads for now. You don't need to send it in 6 hours from now. You're trying to you're trying not to destroy your sleep schedule. Okay, so you're working on it. You're not working on it anymore tonight. But tomorrow you have a time frame around 5 to 7 where you can continue working on it, and then the deadline is 4 p.m. I see. As for what they grade, well, the main concern is just making it look finished. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about your piece. The idea of making it look finished. Now I have. You're probably gonna hear this cliche a bunch about artwork. The idea is to finish the intent. So what I mean by that is if you're that it is intentionally done completely. And that's kind of it's I know that didn't help very much. When I look at the artwork, right, or like my artwork, did I do something all around, like balanced all around? Like, what's their intent? So when I'm looking at this piece, I see that you started on various things and didn't finish various things. So it appears unfinished because you did something for certain places and then you stopped doing them for other places. So what I mean by that is you probably heard the comment about less is more situation, where if you have a particular goal in mind, it is done balanced around. So like, for example, how much detail you place in the skirt is not reflected in the shoes. And the middling ground with the coat is not reflective of the details in the skirt. Like the skirt is very obviously far more captivating, and the face is far more calculated, and specifically just the hair around the face. But then because the hair around the face is rendered, the hair in the back is not, which is interesting because it could be a stylistic choice. Now, the thing about why in my opinion, why your piece may seem a little unfinished, at least to me, is that there's no consistency between the choices. Like, for example, the piece, you could literally decide to leave the coat one color with like I don't know, like a screen tone over it. But then if you deliberately decide to make the skirt the same, just one tone color with screen tones over it, and then so what I mean by that is, one of the ways you can save time or like execute on something is, since I'm very bad with cloth and whatnot, I can think of a scheme that I would apply to all my cloth. So all my cloth would have a very specific element. And then because they have that element, it'll look finished. So my hair would have an element and it would deliberately be applied to everything the hair is. Then it would look finished because I finished a stage of it. It kind of feels like there are definitely parts that are unfinished. So if I had to look at your piece, the shoes are not finished, the hair in the back is not finished, the rifle is not finished. Although it's a pass because the rifle and the goggles look about the same, so you can probably keep them about the same so that they're adherent to each other. The hair could do this clever thing. The hair keeping the outline in the back is actually kind of neat, so I'll give the hair a pass. The coat, the skirt, the boots, like whatever she's wearing is incomplete, largely because there's varying levels of completion. That the armor, the ammunition belt is not at the same stage as the goggles and the rifle, so then the belt looks unfinished because your objects are not at the same stage, if you know what I mean. I think that's kind of what I typically would gravitate towards when you're trying to make something look quote unquote finished. I often think of it as stages. So if you have like clothing, for example, you don't have to make it the best, like most detailed piece. The idea is, if your clothing is going to have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, then all of them will have this, whatever it is, like maybe a base color, a print, and like directional lighting. That's it. It like, you don't even, like, if you didn't do shadows, right? If you say, oh, you're gonna skip shadows, then don't do shadows for all of them. What it looks like is you have completed the stages that unify everything. And then when you're doing the face, for example, anywhere there's skin, right? Anywhere there's skin, you have the same process. If you want to do lighting, maybe, I don't know, specular highlights and shadow, you do it for everywhere there's skin. So the idea is then the thing looks uniform. It's kind of like having a game in pixel art, right? Like, all the characters are in pixel art, but all the background is hand painted. The idea is that even though you're not applying a uniform, like finished, it's not come together, all of the pixel art has certain stages of rendering that are complete, and all of the background and you can break that up into your character. Like, all your clothing could have a specific number of stages, and in all your skin, like the thing you care about, like anime sometimes do this quite a lot, where the eyes have like 6 things going on, but the face has like 2 things going on: directional lighting and 2 like a flat color and a directional lighting. That's all it has. But the eyes would have like 6 things. So then the show, every single character will have the eyes with the 6 things, and to save time, all the faces only have two rendering layers. And that's kind of how I would say when a thing feels finished. If you want to finish it or increase the level of feeling that it is finished, is to complete all the tasks across all the things. So then it feels like you have a stopping point. I think one of the downsides about, or one of the problems, not like a literal problem, it's not an objective problem, one of the subjective problems that I encounter whenever when Inktober is around the corner, right? And someone says that they don't like doing Inktober because their work is never finished, right? And my thought is, it's not necessarily the idea that it's never finished. I agree. Nearly everything I do is never finished. You stop doing artwork when you stop, not when it finishes. And the idea is, oftentimes people keep hopping back and forth. So you hear this a lot where one of the back and forths is you hop into details before doing everything else. So if you keep hopping from like, oh, I'm gonna do the hair one day, then do all of the hair. If you're gonna do the coat one day, then do the rest of the clothing. The idea is you don't want to keep hopping back and forth and leaving things half finished. The idea is, if you're going to do shadows, you can do it even in different organization. For me, is like, do shadows, then do all the shadows. Do directional lighting, then do all the directional lighting. Not pick the hair, right? And just do the hair, shadow, and direction one day, and then leave the rest without shadow and directional lighting for another day, or if you ever get to it. So then it leads into that problem that we're talking about now, that you feel the hand is off. The hand is off. I don't think the hand is off. I simply think it's unfinished, because at some point you were doing shadowing somewhere else, and then you didn't do the shadowing for the hand. And that's the thing that is talked about. It's also related to language learning, where someone would learn something and they would skip. They would go to the next thing without finishing the thing before them. So like, you get enough foundations in language learning, and then you just skip to the next thing. You just plow ahead. So then there's spotty. All your stuff is spotty. And usually that comes back in the form of, it feels unfinished. Like you didn't learn everything. You didn't graduate, or like you didn't do everything. It feels like there's always pockets and stuff that keeps coming up. I'm not saying that you can't be satisfied with it. Like, I think some people learn to embrace this feeling that they have where they look at something and is unfinished. I think oftentimes this feeling ends up resolving its way by figuring out your organization skills. Like, what do you think is considered finished? For me, details are last. So details is last at all times. And it's interesting because sometimes when you're putting on the last details, you're putting on like step 1 and step 2 of what I would think is a finished product. So this is the difference between you and me. It's not to say which one is right. When the hand thing that you just told me, that would be in step 1 and step 2. Like, it would come well before like the skirts like line detail. It would come before the hair detail or the skirt folds. Like there's there would be no skirt folds before I do the shadow and lighting on the hand. So to me, then I can determine when I think it's finished. I think doing this artwork is a good reflection of how focused you are, like where you think you're focused. You wouldn't do this. I mean, that's actually closer to what I would do. So only the face would be complete, right? So the face looks like it's detailed, and then the hair might have a little too much detail, but that's closer to what I would probably submit if I had limited time. Largely because this would be the earlier stages. Like, your skirt still has too much detail, like more detail than I would have on it, typically. But this looks more balanced. The face is good because you finish the face, and the face is a unique part, and then everything else is pretty balanced level of detail. So now this looks less unfinished, basically, in my opinion. Like, it looks balanced. So it's kind of one of those juxtapositions. Like, if you have something like super detailed, right? Like, for example, I always use the tree thing. So if you had like, here's your trunk for your tree, and then you did the rest, right? So this looks jarring. This looks more detailed than the trunk of the tree. It looks like your trunk was unfinished. So then you just compare it and you're like, all right, so let's add the same level. Let's balance out the details. Now these two are balanced. So now these two have like a similar level of detail. So this appears more finished than this, which is kind of one of those things that if you're doing things in organized way, it'll seem like the stuff is more detailed. Like, for example, if you make, I got one here. We'll just draw like, now, this looks unfinished because this looks like there's less detail. Like you skipped this and you focused on the detail at the top. So now this looks jarring. However, if you decide to balance it out with a few strokes, even though this looks sloppier, this looks like it's balanced. There's sufficient detail in the body of the apple, right? This looks like it's balanced. Your composition is balanced. So now the apple looks balanced. It does not look like you have an imbalance of the stuff. Like, oh, hey, it looks like this person just basically hyper focused on a part of the piece and they didn't look at the bigger picture, the whole piece as a whole. So even though I just drew some random squiggly lines, it looks better than drawing this. And then somehow you decided to do like a hyper detailed thing up here. and this would look awful because or this would look off because there's so little weight. The weight is disproportionate. Now, you could get away with, drawing a lots of detail here, right? And then just do this. But this looks awful too because there's no detail here. Like, what happened to the stem? Like, there's nothing there. So you try to balance it out a little. And you kind of have to fill this out, in my opinion, a lot of times. So I would add a couple leaves, and then now the composition is balanced. The parts are balanced. So if you're trying to ask for, like, how do you get a feeling of completeness, at least in my opinion, try to balance your things out. Balance all your objects out. Like, balance your clothing, so that if you're asking yourself, how does it feel more complete or whole? Where can I add a bit more so that it makes it feel like everything is quote unquote complete? At least that's my opinion on that. Oh yeah, that hand looks good. Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Now your hand looks like it's underneath the sleeve. So the thing about sleeves, right? I always this is a crutch of mine, so I don't know how aggressive you want to be, but typically whenever you have something that's underneath something, I usually go pretty hard right here, because then it's very clear. And then usually this part up here, if the light is coming this way, this is the brightest part as well. So there's usually edges. We talked about this before, Mika, the Hoyo effect or the Genshin effect or something, all the current things. If you want to practice your shape language and like your shadow and stuff, typically wherever you can find your interface of the white spot. So this is the light edge, right? The light edge. And then this is the dark edge. It creates that contrast where you have, your shape, where the boundaries of one object and another object interacts with each other, and they're usually the strongest one, where it goes from a really light volume to a really dark volume, and that's to help you determine what's in front, right? Like if I do this and then draw this, and just color around it, then you know that this object, if the light source is coming at you, the object has to be in front, and then everything else is dropping far into the back. So these objects, like in video games, to create simple edges is to put something dark next to something really light, which is how they get that, I guess, the quote unquote HDR cell shade type of aesthetic, which is what test a harder edge on it. Yeah. If you want, like, I think your piece is close to balance. You just have to figure out how to balance it. Like the boots, in my opinion, and the back hair, if you fill in whatever you do on the back hair and the boots, I think that would balance the things. Because your boots can balance your binoculars in its current state. Hello there, drama. You can see that your eyes, if you look down, the boots is not balanced by the binoculars. So your boots need some detail. And then the hair is part of the entire silhouette of your other hair, so that requires filling in. Other than that, I think that would be good enough, honestly, to balance it. The reason why I would do the top one is because it is more balanced with the boots. Like the boots, the rifle, and the binoculars are balanced. on your edges, and then your hair is closer, the back hair is closer to the front hair, and then your skirt is no longer sticking out like it is the most detailed thing compared to the coat. So I think overall my opinions on whether an object is finished or a piece is finished is when it's balanced to the eye, personally. What's up, Drama? What are you up to? All right, so we need to figure out what are we going to use for this character. Let's see. Forbidden place. Chen Ye. How does that work? I don't have Ye. Guess that's forbidden. Just checking in. I see. Chen Yan. I was looking. I know there was nothing on screen, but I was looking at Mika's art piece that she's going to submit tomorrow. And she just wanted me to look at it. Let's see. Shen Jian. I kind of like Jian, but it's a different read. Although it would be this would be the read I would use. Kan is a weird read. That's interesting. This reads better with the alternative read. I don't think I have. Wait. This is high, right? Oh. Nang? Oh man. Alright, we're gonna use this one. I didn't. Oh man. Ang. Oh, it's because. Oh, it's Ang, yeah. Xiang. Okay, we'll use Xiang for this for sure. It's the other high that I don't have anything. This was a 50-50.
B.
Stack. This was a 50-50 on its meaning. Yeah.
E.
That one's a freebie. This can be your more or less new work colleague randomly dropped that he lived in China for 10 years and is fluent in Chinese. Oh, well. That's cool. Were you interested in learning Chinese, or is that a recent discovery? Like that you're interested in it. New York colleague. I'm not surprised. The New York colleague. Did your second? Are you running again? Are you swimming again? Did your burn heal? I don't know how fast burn heals. Hopefully you're healing all right. From our last discussion, you tried a slightly harder shadow. Also sent it going to head off a moment. Yeah. I'll look at it. Yeah. You're gonna go to bed, and I will look at it with like maybe I'll give some point of inspiration before you wake up or something. It's really good. It looks fantastic for an OC. I mean, I haven't ever made an OC, so pretty neat. And all of these things are suggestions. You'll probably have different feedback from your instructor, seeing that I'm not a art teacher. I was more talking since you said about trying to feel finished. I was talking more about the idea of closure and the idea of feeling of finish, not really what are the skills it takes, because I can't really give too much advice on like color theory and shadow and all that stuff. I do have a thing about trying to get people to feel a little bit more resolved in their organization and how they can maybe achieve closure in their work. You don't remember how it came to the lore drop, but it was just funny. You knew him for 2 months now, almost working daily with him, and suddenly I get that big lore. You can run again, but you should avoid direct sun. Okay. Are, do you usually run outside? Are you planning to typically run outside, or do you have access to a treadmill? Because you have facilities, right? You already said you go swimming, so I imagine like whatever facilities you have, you probably have a treadmill somewhere. You shouldn't swim yet. Okay, so it's still like exposed. Yeah. Oh, the one thing when we were talking about when we were chatting about running and stuff, drama, the one thing that this isn't a competition. I think swimming is. I wish I could swim, right? Or I mean, like, I wish I could say I can swim now. The thing is, the thing about running is that one thing about conversation. I enjoy the idea of running because you can talk to people. Now, I don't know about you. The last time I checked, when people go joy swimming, they don't talk and swim at the same time. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is it's hard for me to imagine people casually like swimming and then conversing randomly in their swim and then conversing again. I can imagine like completing a set or something and then sitting by the pool and having a chat, which does happen for casual swimming, but I'm not sure about the whole thing. So oftentimes when I think of treadmill, yeah, usually not, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, I can imagine. Running to me, the reason why I chose running, like for example, the reason why I came across running, you could kind of say running chose me instead, because I didn't like say one day I'm just gonna go running. It's actually people did running and they often spend time together running. So that's what happened. Like I went to a place, lots of people gathered. It's all about running and whatnot. And that's how running became part of my life. Not that I wanted to be a runner. I didn't one day say, "Oh, I'm gonna be healthy." Like for example, all the reasons to run, like cardiovascular health and etc., that came after the motivation that we were chatting about, the idea of meeting people, the idea of normalizing social activities was the reason for running. Not so much because running was like a health craze and stuff. You can walk. Like in most cases when you want the non-diminished return of exerting your body for performance, you walk. Walking is the gold standard for cardiovascular health and maintenance, not performance related things like running marathons and swimming for speed, like speeds, burst speed and stuff. Those are for pure hobby, like the idea of passionate things. So I often think of talking and socializing as my hobby, not necessarily the the act of running. And swimming is an interesting one because it would be interesting to turn it into like a social event. I think of being at like poolside or by the beach or something. Usually when I think of like social events for swimming, or like in between. I don't know what you call them, but in between circuits or in between performances, you can probably have casual things. I like bowling. Bowling is have a shorter distance. When someone goes to bowl, you don't say anything. Like that, like kind of like golfing, where don't say anything when someone is performing, but then you chat the yap in between each one. So disc golf, I'm not. Germany, I think, has a disc golf scene. Pretty sure because one of the people that I know is from there. The disc golf scene, the idea is like you throw and you don't say anything. But on the way, when you walk towards on the way to your next like the next hole, right? The next hole, you would chat. So that's kind of the thing about doing social sports, to speak. You do have access to a treadmill, huh? But you rather run outside. Me too. I thought I wouldn't say that back in the day. Like I hear it so often when, you know, when I was the age, like teenage age as well, the idea is like, oh yeah, there's a treadmill. I can run at home, in the privacy of my home and stuff. And oftentimes it's usually because of being seen, right? Being seen as running and stuff. And I can't really even relate to that anymore. Like, oh, I get it. Like, you want to sit in your home running on a treadmill, and that's the convenience and stuff. However, now thanks to like wearable technology and all of that stuff, that argument of being convenient at home so that you don't have to move because the treadmill is very convenient in terms of its tracking and stuff, that type of reasoning has faded. However, the whole being seen doing something, that hasn't faded. And I don't think to me personally, I don't think it's a competition. Being like able to run outside, look around, and have a more sensory involvement in your running versus running in place. Now, in studying, right? In studying is very much similar to that. Like when you do something and you're trying to form a habit, you're trying to be as comfortable as possible, right? However, that can also end up becoming a barrier to feeling comfortable doing more than that, right? Like if you're so comfortable at studying online by yourself, like self-studying, then the barrier to studying from the feedback of others, like a teacher and stuff, becomes greater and greater. Now, that is a little different from someone who has done it and haven't done it in a while. So in terms of like younger people, like in my opinion, people who are younger, when they're going to do something for the first time, that usually is either they're going to do it or they're never going to do it. Like they have decided. For myself, whenever I think about like running again, like on a treadmill, it's funny because my first thought is I would rather go to a gym to run in a treadmill because then I'd be around people. That sounds preposterous. I understand where you might be like, some people say, why would you want to go to the gym to be around people? Like, why don't you go to the gym when no one's around so you have the gym all to yourself, like a home gym? And my first thought is it helps keep me accountable. Like even if I don't know any of the people in the gym, there's when you're collectively around people or around an environment in which activities can happen, they tend to build an environment that creates normalcy, like whether for better or for worse. Typically, when it comes to this day and age of the internet, it's usually a negative place. Basically, you go to the gym and you see how people are more fit than you. But there are also people who are starting out. Is the idea is the filter is so strong that you only see the bad in or the negativity in being in a public place. And running is one of those. Like rather running outside, it's one of those things like, oh, but what if I look stupid while running outside? You'd be surprised how many people would be willing to join you in the running. Like that's kind of one of those things. Like when you run outside, it's fun to see the same people like go out during the day. Like they would be walking their dogs, or like provided that you're in a place that happens, or you run, like some people run in the cities and they would run in the cities and there are all these people, going to work and hustle and bustle. Running with a context is very habit forming. I think it's far more stimulating nowadays in an helpful future way. Like, I think the whole idea of running in a treadmill, I tend to gravitate towards that as a way in case you're like injured or something like that. Interesting. I I'm thinking back and it's kind of like making me chuckle at myself where I remember that most of the stuff that I do was to protect myself from being exposed. However, the reality is you're no more exposed than pretty much anyway. It's kind of like getting over the mental hurdle of going to a gym. When someone goes to a gym for the first time and they constantly think that everyone's paying attention to them. Like, oh, what if I screw up? Oh, what if I look like an idiot or I'm just struggling? Usually, I know there are bad actors. Obviously, there are bad actors. However, the vast majority of people would probably either experience the same thing or they're minding their own business in the sense of like they already have a lot of things to think about. And the ones who kind of interrupt you, like for example, here's the bad actors versus the good actor situation. If someone is able to pay attention to you, yes, they could be a bad actor. However, there is also an equal and opposite opportunity that the person that has time to pay attention to you in a gym can be a good actor, because those people might be very well accustomed to being in the gym. So that's kind of one of those play your cards, right? For every one bad actor, there's also good actors. And then technically, the vast majority of people are neither bad actors or good actors. There's something in between. And one of the things about running outside or running in an environment where there are other people is that you never know who you're going to meet, for both bad and good. Right? Now, the question is, are you willing to take that chance? And for me, whenever I think about having access to a facility, my first thought is, I might as well just go to the facility because I don't know who I'll meet. I'll certainly meet people who you could consider as bad actors, but that is countered by who I could possibly meet or be inspired in the environment that are good actors. My thought is, how do you learn things online serendipitously? You don't. You only see what you want to see online. That's why, in my opinion, when you go to an environment in which you can't control, technically, right? You self-select, but you can't control it. There's also a chance of being inspired. I think inspiration is very different from contextual pre-selection. So when someone says, oh yeah, I came across this guy and they were just pumping out these laps, and that day I saw this guy pumping out this lap, I went hard. Like I had a few times where I went to a gym and there's these kids right there. They were college kids and I was much older then. They got on a treadmill and I'm like, oh dude, this guy is going hard. They're like 4 miles in and I'm just starting, and I started running next to them. There was only one treadmill next to them, so I started running, and the longer they went, the longer I went. It didn't matter, they knew what I was doing. Just the idea that there's another person who's working incredibly hard serendipitously, like I don't even know this person, it's quite electric. That's what I feel like is missing online, because if you're online, you know what you're looking for. The internet is providing only in your comfort zone what you're looking for. So, in my opinion, whenever you get inspiration from what you're looking for online, it feels less inspired because it's not serendipitous anymore. Most of the things you're inspired by is pre-selected based on your comfort zone. So, whenever I get to know someone and they are willing to trust me on something, even for my own inconvenience, like for me mentally, I know it's going to be overwhelming, but let's do something together. in an environment that is serendipitous. So that's kind of my allusion to what's going to happen soon. Otakon is around the corner, and all I can think about is all the things we should try to do. We, as in, I'm taking a potato that I know from like for over 5 years, and he hasn't been to anything like this, and I haven't done anything experimental for a long time. So because I'm taking someone with me to somewhere new, kind of like your colleague friend who dropped the lore bomb on you. Like, my first thought is that's really cool that you can still get lore bombs dropped on you from coworkers, because that's kind of the thing about meeting and being in an environment that has serendipity involved. I think nowadays, there's so much less of that. And because I'm taking this guy to Otakon this year, I'm more willing to do random things, like do more things outside of my comfort zone, and they would experience it too. So for better or worse, even the worst experience become incredibly memorable when done together in company. It's pretty, like, I'll give you a contrast. Someone else who decided to go to the gym, their first thing that they said was a barrier to them doing anything in the gym is that everyone's intimidating. But they didn't do anything. They simply existed, and their existence was intimidating to that person. So then that means that they don't go to the gym. They go to the gym like once every 2 weeks. How you view people as intimidating, in my opinion, is very reflective of how normally you're exposed to other people. I did the same when I was younger. Like, the thought of having a personal gym wasn't one of convenience. The argument for convenience, it was the argument against social interactions. So, and obviously now what negativity that people can think about is, well, if you go to a public gym, there's going to be a content creator or something, or someone who's recording, and that's upsetting, etc. Fair enough. That's when you focus specifically on the worst side of things as opposed to potential side of things. Pretty neat though. I'm kind of curious what you're going to observe, Drama, over time when you're running outside. I observed quite a lot. I mean, I ran during a solar eclipse, so that's one for the lifetime experience, running during a solar eclipse. A total solar eclipse. Not a your regular half eclipse. I ran, the time that I ran coincidentally lined up with the total solar eclipse. The other time was I was walking back from work. You never know. There's not much to see here. Well, you're gonna have to find something to see, you know? I thought about this thing. Here's one thing. Here's an experiment that I thought would be kind of fun. I would love to take a piece of chalk. So like go on Amazon and buy a piece of chalk, right? And each day when I run my circuit, I would put a mark on like a tree or something when I pass it, right? And just things like that, very little things like that. I actually got to the point where I run so consistently around the same neighborhood that all my neighbors know when to expect me to run by them. And it's like habitual. Like, sometimes when they have like barbecues or yard sales, they know that I will be running through at a specific time. So I always thought maybe I can do something proactive, like buy a chalk, right? Buy some chalk and then like mark specific places to make it like fun. Um, I, there's so many ways you can make things to see. Also, know people on your route. Not yet. Not yet. You could get people on your route. There was a couple of times when I bumped into uh, kids. There, some of my neighbors have these kids, and let's just say they enjoy getting in the way. There's something about kids that are weird. Like when they see someone running, their first idea is like, "Hey, uh, let's stand in the way." Like it's not they will run with you. They will simply stand in your way. Uh, and that's kind of one of those things like, well, there's certainly no people on my route, but there are people along the route or things along the route. And you can make things along the route, kind of like a game. I thought about the chalk idea recently where maybe I could run to a place, do something, and then run back. So each and every day, I'll go to that place, do something there, and then run back. I was gonna do artwork, like maybe go buy a mobile piece of like stand or something, or maybe carry a small backpack with a sketchbook in the back, and I would run to a place, sketch it, and then come back. Your internet died. Oh, that's okay. You're back now. So here's the thing. So if no one's on your route, maybe you don't need people. So I thought about like, what else do I do? What else do you do? For example, I could run to a place, have a sketchbook in the back, right? Like maybe a tiny knapsack with a sketchbook, run to the place, do a sketch, then run back. So the idea is your activities can be compounded. And that's kind of the whole language learning thing too, where if you're going to do one activity, you can slowly build something that compounds your activities. So I guess you like that you were smiling that you did a smile when said also no people on your route. That's fair enough. If I had a place that had no people on my route and I wanted people on my route, I would try to encourage people to be on my route. That's kind of the whole like proactive thing. Otherwise, I can do something else, like make an event along the route that I would check. Usually when I'm running on my route, I simply look at what everyone is doing because they all like do their garage things. So they, in different times of the day, I can kind of know at this point. It goes back to when you're in a classroom. Do you remember all the details of your classmates, where they sit, etc.? So when I run on my route, I pretty much now know when, what time, which day each of the people on the houses in their houses come back come back and leave for work. It's really interesting when and where they do that, and then when they're like extended family visits and whatnot. So that's kind of the things that I would do to try to kind of embellish and take in what's happening while running, outside of focusing on breathing and the initial months, like the initial months and years of running. Typically it would be involved in like how paying attention to my breathing, making sure my form is correct and all that cadence stuff. That stuff is great as well too. A friend also told you the popular running app is Strava. Interesting. Strava app. Is it an app? I guess. Oh wait, did you say app? Yeah, app. Interesting. Strava. American Internet Service. Apple in Play? Okay. I'll have to look into this. I mean, it looks really popular. 4.6, 4.8 on their respective platform on both platforms, both mobile platforms. 100 mil plus gang. Okay. Is your friend a runner? That's interesting. You haven't tried it yourself? I'll have to look into this. It does have tiers. It's a tiered model. So we'll have to look at what the tier model is. Thanks for sharing. I have to look at it. I started adding. He's not okay. That's a vote of confidence. That's a vote of confidence because oftentimes when someone like says, "Oh, they're a super competitive runner," I'm like, okay, maybe it's unlikely for me for situation, if you know what I mean. Like, I think I more gravitate towards someone if they think something is interesting in a running app. That is someone who's not like extraordinary. It's more likely to be something that can reflect a larger audience. So neat. Safety tracking. Oh, that type of safety tracking. I'll take a look at it. Thanks for sharing. I started incorporating back my long run days. So I'm gonna do a long run day every 3 or 4 days. Sometimes once I get back up to like a 10K or something on the long run days, I'll probably do it once a week or once every 2 weeks. Largely because now I'm curious. When we were like jostling and kind of yapping about potential like, you know, running a marathon abroad, or not for you. You might be living in Japan, right? By then, right? Solidly. I thought the idea of meeting up for a run abroad sounds pretty amazing in 2 to 3 years. So I wouldn't mind seeing how getting conditioned for that in a slower thing. I don't like doing marathon preps in one year. I've done it once in my lifetime, and that is a no go. But 2 years or 3 years, that sounds pretty solid. It'd be cool to. I haven't. We talked about runner's high the other day, right? 2 days ago. I haven't ran long enough for runner's high yet, like for a while. So running is one of those things like it sucks. Like when you're running shorter distances, it's meant to suck and feel good after, right? You do the standard thing where it sucks in the moment, then it feels decent after that situation. However, I haven't had like habitual long run days yet, and I have to exceed like 5K at least, 5K to 10K. That would bring me enough time to feel that again. So it'll be interesting to feel that again. That's largely why one of the motivations of asking you, have you ran long enough yet to feel anything? It's not guaranteed to happen at a specific time, but usually I would say 30 minutes is a pretty solid place where you would get close to that. And it's running after 30 minutes, like after you get to that point, it's all the things afterwards that creates it. So I usually say 10K. When you're running a 10K, it's around 5K is when I would cross like a specific time period, which is 30 minutes. I don't run really that fast conversationally. So at 5K, I would get to that point, and then you would double the length. So the 10K, the second half of the 10K feels very different from, like, if I had to like map out my mood, right? It's usually like, oh yeah, so here's the mood. And let's just say this is happy mood up here, right? This is happy mood up here, and then this is sad, or this is death mood down here. Usually when I start running, it's like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, oh no, no, no. And then right around like 5K area, like, oh, okay, okay. And then now you just keep going. Like there's a huge dip as going down towards the 5K. And usually this dip is pretty tough, even anything less than 20 minutes. So I haven't really done any. I usually only benchmark one day. The trade-off here is if you're constantly running in here, you get worn down over time. Like it feels good in the moment, but you can't keep doing this every day. Like, at least in my opinion, I don't think there's a human being that does this every day where they decide, oh, we're just gonna go on a long run every day. Usually 1 week, and then you recover. You try to recover while doing that. So you typically stay in like this zone a lot of times, and then this is like the 1 week reward, so to speak. But it does take up a lot of time. And my recovery periods are actually pretty long now because I'm older and to be safe. So it's usually 1 to 2 week recovery. So we do everything within this range, or maybe slightly in this range, but you don't get that great kind of addictive feeling that happens, or aka like the natural high from running, because the next day your foot, like your foot and your legs, your knees are going to complain at some point if you keep this up. I think 1 week is what I think most people would say, where do a long run 1 week and it feels great. Like obviously then you spend the rest of the time recovering, so you don't wear yourself down. The other parts of your body, not your brain. Your brain will feel great. Your brain will keep thinking you can do this every week, or you could do this every day if you wanted. Your body is not going to tell you that over time, and it needs time. Yeah, I read like your body, it's switching into running mode. Yeah, and it needs time and also produce a byproduct. Yep, at the beginning. That's why the beginning is so cruel. Exactly. It's basically like, while this is going down and this is going back up, the mood is because something is producing at a steady rate, and it's usually the beginning is actually kind of slow. Like there's a lag until you reach your rhythm, and it will just slowly increase. And once it's past a threshold is when your mood or your sensation is increasing with it. And then eventually this threshold, it doesn't keep climbing. It just reach saturation. Like it creates an equilibrium. So what happens is you're trying to reach a state where you're building and accumulating enough, and then eventually your body reaches a steady state where it keeps producing at a rate sufficient to keep on producing that feeling over time. It doesn't like, you can't OD, for example. You can't like OD. Obviously your body is homeostatic to an extent, so it would simply keep its level, and then your mood will continue to rise, which is pretty nice. I haven't done it in a long while. I'm usually in the crap phase. Like, yeah, it feels great and it's just tanking, just keep tanking. Obviously this is assuming that you're rested when you start. Not everyone stays rested, which deals with your like sleep hygiene, right? You're assuming you're going through the run. It's kind of more so like this, I guess. It's slightly like this, where in the right when you start running, you're feeling a little creaky. I warm up, so it's closer to the peak, and then you're kind of like, oh yeah, I can do this, and then suddenly, just a little bit later, you're like, ah, this feels like crap. And I do my burst at the end. So I didn't write this in my journal or anything, but generally to maintain the 80-20, I actually sprint at the end. So I sprint the last 20%. I usually consistently have more, since I'm focused on conversational most of the time. I usually can sprint at the end, regardless of what distance I'm running. I would sprint at the end. I would go as finish as strongly as possible. It's largely at least at double the pace. So if I was running at a 10 minutes, sorry for the mile, but 10-minute mile pace, right? Then I would try to reach at least 7-minute mile pace. It's approximately 2x for like a really brief period, because 20 it scales to the distance. So if I'm running a short distance, that sprint is a proportionally shorter distance. And usually that's when I don't even focus on breathing. It's just simply going all out at the end. And it would be sufficient, largely because I hadn't pushed myself. I don't interval train, which is what someone would do and I would start to do in the future before like a marathon or something, where you would go you would do something like this, where this would be the fast pace, right? Fast, conversational, right? You would interweave between fast and conversational. The idea is to help you recover. This introduces multiple places to recover. Or I guess that's not this right here. This recovery. So recovery in runs. How useful that is for conditioning. And oftentimes I usually find interval training fantastic when you have like hilly things. My circuit, I think the circuit that I run, it has like one up and it has one run up. Actually, it actually goes down first, then it comes back up, then it comes down, and then it comes back up. So this is the profile. So I do go downhill, and then uphill, then downhill, and uphill again, back to the beginning. No, hello there. Just saying hello and that you're still alive. That's good. You're gonna run away now, though? Oh, yeah, no worries. Take care. You got school? Take care, take care. Abdul, good luck, good luck. Thanks for telling me you're alive. And hopefully healthy as well. Yeah, so this is the profile drama for my hill. There are 2 hills and 2 shorts. And sometimes I do the uphill I run more vigorously. Even though it might not seem like it, and I run less here. So despite keeping the same pace, the intensity is different in these 2 places. So I try to adjust for that. So you still have hills and downhill and uphill that you have to moderate your pace. So I actually increase my vigor going uphill and I decrease my vigor going downhill in order to keep the pace the same. Not necessarily how well I'm breathing. So there is a chance that I'm breathing harder here and I'm breathing less here, or like having less of a struggle here. That's kind of one of those fun little things to map out your elevation. Anyways, I like talking about running. Maybe we'll get even nerdier and dig even deeper in the future. I like having an incentive. Alright. Thank you for being my incentive. Okay. So, this is a 50-50. Late. I'm gonna go with, dang it. It's, John. It's the exception. Do I have a small cup? I think I have a teacup, don't I? You have a teacup. Dang you. What was this? Deep? It wasn't deep. It was warehouse. Warehouse is the other one. So the plate is the up. So the flail and the plate. Yeah. Good luck with your wanikani. Good luck, good luck. Alright. Darn you. Oh, this is G. It's not shit, right? It's not a moon, it's an evening. Heck. Probably C. Dang it, it's silicon. Okay. Either you know or you don't know.
展
So this has to be coupled with warehouse. What was the warehouse? Tree? Warehouse? Oh, Shun, not Shun. That's okay.
细迷
So what was overflow? That was the water thing. What was this? Okay. Oh, this one is.
把
I think of it more as a pull up than a pull out. Heck. Wait. Oh, a embryo. This is a special one. Either you know it or you don't. Situation. How do I even get the pay? Just don't. Special no sign on the ground. Along the beach. Oops, that's Gua.
宣
Okay. Darn it. We added something for that. Eh? Yuan? Or ape?
Oh
Oh, no, wait. This is Bay. Or profound. Oh, no, it's profound. Yep, it's okay. Although it's we only have we don't have like that great of choices here.
圆黑
Don't. This one is okay, I think. And it's not. Pretty sure it's. Oh. Wait. It's not okay. Because I'm thinking of tent. Okay, so we have the. Wait. Okay. There is also Drong. No. What is tent? We're gonna need a word for Tron, but what is tent? Oh, dang it. It's the other one. Okay, it's okay. Let's go find a building. Oh wait, we do have a building. Oh, it's 6 building. Oh, okay, okay. We need to find. Can we get like building? That doesn't seem auspicious. Jing Chuang, a Buddhist stone pillar. Where's the Buddhist part coming from? Hmm. Oh, it looks like there's also. Oh no, there's not much. Yeah. Nope. Legitimately not much to go on. They don't even link to the correct. Oh no. Okay, so I guess this one is just gonna be either I know it or I don't. Must be like a formality thing. Oh look here. Maybe archaic. That's 2 primary, yeah. Okay, yeah, we got Zhuang. Oh, Zhuang is hard too. Yeah, it's just combined with like Lo and Fang, but it doesn't look like there's too many examples. Interesting. All right, I guess we're stuck with either I know it or I don't. Uh, the right was what? I wrote. Oh, I could use child. Oh no, that's a little dark. Well, I could just be pretending. Okay. Okay. All right.
善记
Eh?
与
What kind of tree is this? Or is it a fruit? Uh, no. Uh, okay. I was stuck between a elm and a maple. What are you? Speak to me. It's the top. It's definitely the top. And it's gone. It's a mandarin duck, though. Isn't it? Yep. And then it's yuan. Yuan. Uh, and the top was part of a yen. What type of yen was it? Oh, resentment. Yen. Yen. Suffering. Let's group these together. What is the other Mandarin duck? Yen? Like, yen yen? No. That might not be right. Yanqi. What the? Okay, that's oh yeah, yin yang, yeah, yin yang for Mandarin duck. We'll just combine them. Those are the two. I don't know what to do about this one.
床
That's in for the books. In for the books for now.
火
Like partnership. That one's weird. One's fine.
妈
This one's weird.
眼
We added a new one for that.
福
It's either gonna be bat. It's either gonna be bat. No, it's gotta be bat.
烟
I don't know of anyone.
瓜
It's not proud. I keep writing proud. Was it profound?
Ji
Jealous is weird. I think we added there is a vocabulary word to combine the two jealouses. What was the other one? Du, right? Yeah, ji du. Okay. I just went for it. That didn't turn out well. What? Is this not? Oh no, wait. It's tray for hammer. Dang it. It's not off the chu. It's off the chu. Oh no, law. And no, wait, that's not law. It's liao for the right hand, liao for puts down. This one's weird. Like, it's out of left field. Let's add something. Puts down. Maybe unload? Like, liao xie. Maybe? Or just down. Just xia. Like, liao xia. Liao di. Give a performance at a temple fair or on the street? What? Oh, liao dao. Liao dao is okay. To quit one's job in disgust. That's interesting. Liao tiao zi. No, that's rough. We'll use this. I have no idea where this is going. Put down and topple is good. To knock down or mull down. Fair enough. Good enough for me. Although, the hard part about that is it doesn't read like Liao. It doesn't read like Liao at all.
图
This one's a weird one. This one was a flex
锤
on the lead, not mallet hammer. Badger. This one's weird too.
欢
Badger is weird. I sound like a broken record because most of the end characters are weird. They're pretty tough. Was it this? Ooh. Oh, it's smell. Xiao. Okay. That's not Ling. It's now. Oh, but is it a flex on? It's yin. It's a flex. Dang. 50-50. When I said flex, not the jing. So this is jing right here on the right, but it's a flex, as in it's a read flex. To yin. Reciting. Let's go find something. Reciting. Maybe Ying Song. Ying Song is a good one for reciting. Oh, it can be anything that deals with speaking too, though. Like Shuo. Ying You. Tour around and reciting to wander as minstrel. Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that. Yi Ne. I don't have a Ne. What is... Oh, I do. Doubt? Oh. Wow. I don't remember Ne. Oh, it's because it's O. I see. I see. That's a different read. It's a secondary read. Ying Chang. Oh, that works actually pretty well. To chant or recite. Ying Shi. To recite a poem. Yeah. Ying Yong. Oh, different chant. A different type of chant. Ying Song. Oh, there's Ying Song. To read aloud. I think we're gonna use Song because Song is one of the other characters that are weak. Although this character has vocabulary, right? That was the one that I was thinking of right off the top of my head. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm gonna say, was this, Zhuo?
做
Dang it. It's not that. It's like to bore a hole. I don't use bore very often. That's not doubt, is it? Is that doubt? That's doubt. Eh? Ah. Alright. Draft. Not good. 虚拟 not great. Ding. Why did I type E? Because it's probably the dominant. Oh no, it's just because E is doubt. They're all different. So, okay. So let's go see if we can find a draft. Maybe a Gao, Ni Gao. Oh, Ni Gao sounds weird. Gao Ni. That does be redundant. Find out. Oh, there it is. Ni Gao. Okay. Yeah, draft a statement. We'll do it. Ni Gao is yeah, Ni Gao is the most reinforced that I have.
料 动
That's this one's rough. This one's rough because of English. Is this sonorous? No. Yes? It's not. Dang it. And it's bang for pound sterling. Okay. And sterling is just sterling, so ying pong. So how is this different? How does this look different from kung? Is kung? Oh no, wait. Oh, kung is a different thing. Yeah, bong is super strong, but oh, pung? No, pung. There's pung is water. And what is? Oh, kung is off the jian, and what was it? This is qian. Yeah, chang is off the jiang. Ah, okay. Oh, neither of those. All right. Pound sterling. That's either you know. They measuring thing.
磅
50-50 at the moment.
容
Oh, dissolve as opposed to melt.
精
Japanese. Yeah. It's gone. Oh,
你
this one's rough.
侠
Or crafty.
智
Weird one too. Why did I think it was Moo? But it's not Moo. So it's nephew.
Sheng
Or the sister's son, nephew, not the brother's son. Still not gonna push that off for drawing like a family tree or something to figure those things out.
宁
Oh goodness me. I want to say it's gone. Hang on. It's not the stick thing, so that's fine. The winter though. Dang it. Long. Oh, this is the long for the alien. Or do we use the alien as opposed to life? Ground. Also used to foreman. I don't know how much I look. I feel like I'm doing a bunch of things. Maybe we'll do a life. Rewrite the life into the winter. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
他
Click clack. Yeah. Okay.
宣
Daylilies.
狼
It's not. It's definitely an insect though, right? We're not talking about oysters here or a clam. Jung is cockroach, but this is cockroach too. Okay. Oh no, wait. Wrong one. This is, clan. G. Okay.
秀
Ah! No. I thought it was... Okay. Coward. I'm gonna need something for this. Coward. What was it? Because we're using... Obligation, right? Obligation. And then this is coward. What's a coward? We could use pa or some sort of fear. There's quite a lot of fear. Fool? Really? No fool. No roll. That's good. Roll. Roll is pretty good. I don't know about no fool, but this is pretty good. Let's add this. Coward and weak. Oops. Okay.
赢
What was it? It was tied to song. And then yo, what? Skeleton machine.
带
That's a flex. This
龙
is more encoding. Kinda tough. Both ways. Oh no. Yeah, yeah. I think this is gonna need some help, right? Achievements, maybe like 公益 or 结义 or 记忆. There's quite a lot of good accomplishment stuff. 肄业. Interesting. I don't know what 业 is at the moment. I don't know what that means either. 一切. I'm guessing that has something to do with the imperial thing. 一门, to visit somebody. Achieve? Okay. 决议, profoundly well versed. I don't know about that. 造诣, that's not great. 公益. Oh, wait. No, that's not the same. 渊意, deep and profound. Yuan is weak. Yuan Yi. That's pretty weak. I don't have too many else. Achieve. Make painstaking effort. We're not. Oh. 苦心, 苦心孤诣. I mean. Yuan Yi. This achievement. I could kind of help on some things. Oh yeah, level of master area. Oh is like proclamation, right? Or just a. That's still. Zol. Great achievement. I think we're gonna go with Yao Yi. This is a tough one. Very tough one. What? What is incense in a flowers? Some part of me want to type G. Some part of me want to type. Dang it! I lost it. Tie. It's a special tie. If I want to. It's tie no matter what. It's either I know it or I don't. Yeah, I typed G because that's the closest to character. And T is stronger, but it's not strong enough to. This is probably going to be not. I don't think there's any plant related to this, right? They're probably all going to be proper nouns. Yeah, almost all of them. Pretty much all of them are proper nouns. So we either know it or we don't. Feels bad, man. This is a moth. Works on it.
度
And it's gone. You know, I think it's Lee. Oh, Sla, not Lee. It. All right. Let me guess. Any arm. Ribeye. Oh. Oh, interesting. It has a second read. Lagu. Lagu works. Aren't you soon done with well, where you're talking about? Are you talking about lessons? Lessons was like a month ago. We already stopped doing lessons. Well, now we're just looking at dictionary. We're actually doing dictionary things. It was a while ago. Alright, so now we're adding... I think this will help out with the bones. Lagu. It's been over a month. If you're talking about lessons. Lessons are now added for voluntary. We're word discovering now. Let's see. Oh, there's no... Not gonna be a Yao. Could be a... Could be a... yeah. No. Ooh. Scratch. Yeah, Naoto is okay, but how do we get the scratch on the... Yeah, word discovery. Because a lot of the characters don't have words attached to them. And then other ways to reinforce characters is to discover more words. So scratch. I think this will probably line up with Sal. Was it Sal? Yeah. Sal Niao? Niao Sal? Maybe. Now Bai. Scratch and loss. That's interesting. Now Chu. Now Chu. Now Chi. Scratch and bend. Flexing. Interesting. Niao To. Tricky. Wait. Niao To? Oh, it's... Oh, that's what they mean by to scratch one's head. Puzzling. That's the one we have. That's the... Okay. Now Li. What the Li? How does that work? Wait, is this a... Oh, that is Li. Okay. Now go... A scratch hook. Iron hook at the end. Oh, at the end of a long pole. That's kind of cute. Now lay. Now Lie. Now Lie is manufacturing. Flex split due to repeated. Wait, this is split, not manufacturing. Split. Scratch and split. Freaking. Oh, we're not using tickle. I don't see anything that jumps out at me right away. Now is gonna be tough. Naoto is... We're gonna stick with Naoto. I think that's on by default. So this is a flex from Yao. So the fingers is the flex. Maybe we do Sage King? Sage King is super. Side. Scratching. Turning his head. Or how to... Point the finger in the right direction. Hmm. Oh, there's no. Hmm. I can't spell. I don't know. That's rough. Okay. Hmm. Probably.
某
Not in mo. Big and I. Eye on the cow that's tucked. I for pupil. Pupil eye. What do we have? Ning mo. Ning? Congeal? Okay. I think we can do better than that. Gang, maybe. Yen. Mo zi. Yan mo. Okay, Yan mo as opposed to Mo Yan. Yan mo, we'll take Yan mo. Ooh, Hui mo. Glance back. Shuang mo, a pair of eyes. Yeah, one's pair of eyes. Let's go with, yeah, Yan mo is good. Remind me that it's pupil.
格
Um, the power of the moon is gone again. Oh, wait. What did I add? I added bone, right? Yeah. So, la.
乐
Yes. Yeah. We did rib bone. Rib bone.
绝
That's gonna suck. Unruly is gonna suck. Purpose of speech. Did I write something? Oh, yeah.
意
Purpose of the flavor. Achievement. And we did mastery, right? So skill was attached to achievement somehow. We'll review that tomorrow. We added a word for it.
诺
What was added to Null? Null roll. Null roll for weak or cowardly. What the? I see a bit of a chung. But with the silk. elaborate needs help. But what do we got? Over elaborates on rule. That not the greatest. I think we can change the right. Because I'm seeing Chen. Okay. Oh, but it's rule. It's disgrace. Disgrace is the thing I'm using. I missed out on disgrace. Rule. Thanks, Rama. Yeah, so the word discovery thing, drama, is that there's a dictionary in HanziHero. And we're basically going back. There are a bunch of characters that don't have vocabulary words. And then we're just going to the dictionary to look at words that I would use or words that I would take because it's taking advantage of Chinese. So like for example, this is rule. So fan rule. Fan rule is over elaborate, but technically this doesn't tell me about elaborate. So if I go back to the dictionary, HanziHero, ru could be paired up with elaborate. So elaborate, we could talk about like idea, ru yi, or ru kai. Has my Chinese gotten better overall? I don't know what you mean by that. It's all like how has it not? I don't understand why would you ask, like, if you're gonna say overall, well yes, it's always gonna be overall. Fan ru. Oh wow, there's nothing here. Fan wen. Like, do you feel the difference? I always feel the difference every single day. You only feel the difference, like, when you feel the difference, you can know the difference too. You don't have to feel the difference. Do I feel different? I mean, like, if I look at Chinese, I can write a book about it. So yeah, I guess it feels different. I'm not sure how you would not feel different when you're learning. Can you tell me that? Or have other people noticed? Well, I don't interact with other people. I mean, you could tell me if you notice. Like, what I do is not the same anymore, so I would think it would take a blind dog to miss the difference. If they notice a difference. You're asking, do I feel a difference or have people notice a difference? I would be very, very shocked if people haven't noticed a difference. But you did mention gotten better overall. If you're not learning, then you didn't get better overall. So I guess the other question I would ask you is, how do you know when you're not getting better overall? I'm genuinely curious. Like, when you ask that question, that would imply that there's a chance that it can be a no. So, how would no work? I feel different every day. Like, a new day, a different day situation. Other people noticing, I don't interact with other people. So either they're looking on word on their own or not. Having gained no value from learning words. I don't know. How do you not gain any value from learning words? Makes no sense when you type it out. I'm like, hear me out. Hear me out. I hope you don't feel that way. I don't. I don't. So there isn't a passing moment in my life that I feel like I'm wasting my life. So that's kind of one of the things I wanted to make sure. If you're asking me, have my Chinese gotten better overall, I haven't been measuring whether the Chinese got better. So, like, what I mean is better according to whom. For myself, uh, getting better means knowing more. So, if I like what I'm doing here is always going to be more than what I've done before. I think one of the things that could make someone feel no different is if they forget. So if you gain no value, I guess it's more like, did I lose value? Is what people ask when they say, have your Chinese gotten better? As in, did you gain more than you lost? Which for myself, I don't know. That's a good question. Did I forget more than I remembered? Because anything you remember is better overall than what you have known, right? So the idea is, have I lost more Chinese than I have gained over the however long HanziHero? The answer would be a resounding no. As in, I did not lose more than I gained. So I would agree. I would say, by all stretch of the imagination, I am a different person who has gotten better at Chinese. And it would be very, very weird for someone to say they saw me in day one in HanziHero, and then they watch me now and don't notice a difference. But it would be kind of interesting to get the opinions of someone who thinks that there is no difference. For myself, if you learn a word, it has value. For myself. For others, I think they learn because I don't know what you're doing. If you're the tough part about the question you're asking is, I hope people aren't using their time to gain no value from their learning. Now, there is objectivity involved. So, like, someone else can tell you had no value gained because you didn't improve in the metric that they cared about. So, for example, if you learn 10 words and someone tested you on not those words, then you've gained no value according to them. So that is a definitely a very solid argument. You can definitely argue when someone tests you on things you haven't learned. And since you haven't learned them, you spent a lot of time learning things of no value to them. Now, for a person, if you're asking yourself, did you gain no value from learning words? That kind of sucks. I would say if a person like that, I hope they find some way to reconcile their life choices. It really does suck. And I am saying this not in the idea of language learning. I'm saying this more like people with self-esteem issues, or maybe like meandering in life. Oftentimes when I ask them, like, hey, what did you do today? They're like, oh, I did the same thing I always do every day. I'm like, oh, like what? It's like, it doesn't matter. That's when I feel someone can, like, that's a really funny pose. That's when I feel that someone is doing something, but they're doing it just to exist. So they have no value of their own life. And that would suck. So for me, if I learned a word that I'm not going to use, that's okay. I'm still learning something. What I mean is I'll find a use for the word. So right now, this dictionary thing, I'm discovering words of value to me, as opposed to words prescribed to me, right? And then that's where I'm trying my best to say, you can have no value gain from learning words when the words you're learning are prescribed to you. And that can happen. It happens a lot, actually. High school students explain, like early childhood and younger people experience this a lot. Where, like, hey, drama, you got to learn the philosophy of Socrates now, and then you're like, I don't care about Socrates. You sent me a random. Wait, from where? Oh dang. That's it. That's cool. I mean, that's good. Undressing, get rid of the dress, you know? So I can tell you more about Datsui. So Datsui is fu yi, right? Yi is where the yi comes from. Yi is clothing. And then Datsu is that's interesting. I'm not sure if I know the Datsu off of the Chinese. What is that, like? Younger brother? I don't actually think Datsu exists. Oh, it's because it's reversed. It's reversed. It's not the same. So when you think it's older, it's both older and younger, depending on what you're doing. So because this is it's not the same. This is the character. So the horns and fins are mirror imaged in Chinese. So to take off is tuo, so tuo yi, right? Tuo yi is the thing. And I don't know why this is the case, but fins and horns are tough because fins and horns are inversed. So this merman merman is the thing for traditional Chinese. So this is equivalent to this. So these two are the same thing. Just to make it. That's why I couldn't find out. Like, I was looking at this, I'm like, this doesn't exist. It's not Chinese. In my lexicon so far, it's this. So then if I see this, it's tuo, right? But if I see this, it's actually new, but datsu works too. And then both of these are yi. Yi is fine. So yi and yi are the same thing. So this is how I would prove to myself that my Chinese has improved. Basically, if I read a Japanese word and someone asks me, you gave me a random Wanikani word, I would give you the Chinese origins of the Japanese character. That's how I look at Japanese words. And then when I look at Chinese words, I try to think of what the Japanese one. So most of the time, if there was a difference to be said, you found a worse on in frequency. Which worse on? Oh, chiga. Chiga. Okay, chiga. Yeah, the price of land. That's good. Price is different, I think. So ji jia. So jia is different in China, in traditional. So jia would be, oh no, it might not be jia at all. Huh, what up? I really thought it was jia. Oh, this might not be close enough. Oh, it's jia. I don't think that's close enough. Oh, it is. It is. This is jia. it's missing. So this gets simplified. Mr. Cowboy. Mr. Cowboy and this is Ja. So this is the principal Ja for value, and then value gets changed to the Japanese part is this. So then you tack on the person, and then you get the ka, and Ja lines up with ka. All of the Ja's line up with ka. So any form of this is gonna have these two. And the thing is preserved. Qi is one of the reads. Ji could be one of the reads. And D is the lan. D is lan. So lan. I've gotten pretty good at using my mouse to write these characters nowadays. So D. This is D and lan. You can probably swap all the D's for tu. For dirt. Tu. So there's also tu. This is how I think my Chinese got better. So when you're asking, did my Chinese get better? My character reading got better because that's what HanziHero taught me. HanziHero taught me to talk about the characters. Now, can I explain the characters in Chinese? No, I can't because I haven't done that part yet. So now, every time we look at characters, I have a lot to say about the characters, whether it's Japanese or Chinese. And then I can look up them if I have to fill in gaps almost immediately. About 1/4 of the words in Wanikani are very niche words with the only purpose to get more kanji repetition. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah. And when you ask me word discovery, that's the point. Last one. Fukushi. Fukushi, that's fine. Fukushi. This is dealing with the idea of slice of life. I bet it's slice of life. So what does Fukushi tell you? Like what do you think Fukushi tells you in terms of your character studies? I think this word is really important to me. So it's not a niche word. Adverb is not a niche word because I talk about grammar all the time in English and Chinese. So she is good. The character study is kind of tough though. Fuku is vice, like secondary. So fuku like this fuku. Oh wait, how do I do fuku? It's this, right? That's secondary, and then she is a word, and typically it's more like part of speech. So secondary part of speech in add, and then usually the default word that this could be referring to is a verb. So it's a secondary verb or a secondary word, something that complements another word. So an adverb is one of the possibilities of the meaning. So it's a secondary part of verb. It's an addition, so an additional verb or an additional word, which the word is contextualized to whatever it is. In this case, in Japanese, they ended up using it as adverb. I don't actually know if adverb, I don't think adverb is used here. So if we were to go look, right? If we were to go look in the dictionary for an adverb, we could get fukushi, fuzi, yeah, fuzi, which is an adverb, right? Same characters. Same, but different. Just kidding. Yeah, so deputy word. Pretty neat. Those are really good words. In the future, I would probably. This is. She looks different. It's type. So. It's flattened because of type. This is because of digital age. The top thing is not supposed to be flattened when written, but since this is typographical, there are two fonts. You can either flatten the top thing or it becomes a stroke. So every stroke can be flat. Every double can be flat. So for example, moon is this or this. So any type of these strokes can be flattened. Any type of this stroke can be flattened. And any type of these can be the other direction. Largely because of origins and stylization and all that. Also, like, any of these can end up being these, or yeah. So it happens. You get used to it. So when I'm writing Chinese, I do this. And if you're wondering, this is I don't know why they do this. Here's where's another one, and it really does make a difference. Like, what I mean is, you notice this, which is really good because it can, like, noticing them and then knowing that they're the same is very important because it can really throw you for a loop. Like, do I have an example? I do have an example. Wait, is it? I think it's. I'm missing a stroke. Like this bottom thing is something. That is not. I forgot what it is. Oh, it's a repeat. I think this might be incorrect, but let's just say I assume it's correct. I don't think it's correct. I think there's something wrong with this. This is a recent one. What am I trying to write here? It's my most recent Wanikani thing. Last level. Let me think. Ocean. I don't know it, but it's something like this. These two, this thing is like extra repeats. There's also things like, can I get an example? I love talking about characters for days. No, Mulberry is not a good example. I'm trying to think of another. Oh, there it is. Yes, that. Oh, it's ear. It's ear. Not nose. It's ear. Thank you. Yeah. So it's this. Yep. And then it's it's basically the three repeated. So it's three repeated in Chinese. What's another good example? Like, we could like bounce words off each other all the time. Like, I would do this. I would find it fun to do this for days. So character studies, I am very good at character studies. Shibuya? Oh yeah, in Buya, yeah, in Yeah, in Shibuya, this is Ya. Or is this Shibu? Is it Ya? Which one is it? Shibu? Yeah, Shibu. Okay. And then Ya is the, what was that? That's the non-traditional valley, right? Yeah. I don't actually know what this character is. Hang on, let me think. Probably. There's no repeat for this one. I don't think we have one for this. They do exist. They are simply not in the stack 4000. So that's kind of one of the things, unless I can see one. I don't think there is one like that. So Shibu is unique for the time being. Now, here's the thing. There's still a lot of discovery. Oh, actually, no. I thought I might know. Now, the thing is, they still exist. The characters still exist. It's just not within my characters, so we can still discover characters. And the thing that makes me feel very rewarding about Wanikani and HanziHero is that I can always, like, I feel like I can always get to somewhere. I don't stare at something blankly. Whether it's a complete picture or not, that does present value loss if you're goal oriented. So for example, if your goal is to memorize all of these, like memorize all of these character studies and be like 100%, I don't reach that. So like that could be a value loss. That could be something that you're saying, I want to be here, and you're less than it. So that gives you that feeling of not getting better overall. I think that's kind of how some people can get to the feeling like when they learn something, they gain no value. Because if they didn't get to their goal yet, then everything they have done would be for naught. It would be, so if you can't speak Chinese, all the things you have done so far has no value because it wouldn't be realizing its value yet. And for myself, since HanziHero is basically a character study thing, what we're doing now is how I've gotten better. I will always have something to say about a character. It can be a very roundabout way of doing it, but that is how I gotten better. If someone like shoots me a, here's the thing, right? If someone gives me a character, like they give me this character, and I'll say, well, I don't got it, then that's zero value. Right? It's zero value to the person. So if I gave you a character and you're like, I don't know it, then you haven't gotten better overall, right? Because you had to know it to get better. That's not how I view my learning skills. My learning skills is that if I was given this character, what do I know about it? Well, I can explain it. This is fingers. This is foot, or stop if you're a Wanikani user, if you want. Stop, right? This could be 指 in Chinese, this part, just this part, right? This can be 手. So 手和指 equals 扯, which is to pull. So even if I don't know anything, like if I don't know if I forgot something, it doesn't substitute for all the things that I do know. And that's the idea of being open-ended. When you're open-ended, you're testing how much you know, not if you know the right answer. So for me, I always have value for the time that I have used. And to demonstrate how much I know, I don't necessarily only evaluate myself based on the all or none situation. So I could end up stuck here and say, well, I have no idea anymore. So I would take a guess. If I had finger and stop, then how do you stop something with your fingers? You pull on it. Even if I don't know the pull, I could possibly get to it, and I would get to it in various different ways. And now I don't necessarily have to use like mnemonic, like the mnemonics like that was used in HanziHero. We can simply substitute Chinese words because I know 指 and I know 手 or 手, right? 手 and I don't know what stop is. What is stop alone? I guess I would just use toll in this case. We'll just use toll. Se? It does kind of look like a se. Yeah. Or I'm using toll right now is because tomeru, right? Tomeru or tomaru. And that to me is how I hope other people get value to. Like me and you, when you're studying, if you're lost, right? If you're looking at something and you're lost and you feel like you have zero value out of whatever, like you don't know the right answer. It's 是, okay. Oh, it is 是, okay. Sorry. I'm pronouncing it like, say it was correct? Okay. Alright. So, oh yeah, and then this is part of ashi as well. Ashi for the kunyomi, ashi probably. The kanji is correct. Okay. So the thing is, the thing we're talking about now is when you're looking at something. Oh, okay. I see. Correct. Yeah, correct. As in, so correct. This is jung in Chinese, and jung it lines up with like 20% of the time. So what I'm saying here is you can say a lot more about things. Se, sho, tada and masa. Actually, I don't know where does masa, do you have an example of masa? I actually don't know. Se could be like seifu, and then sho could be like seisho, keisho, and tada. What is the ending for the verb? Tadakeru? Interesting. There's tadashi, for sure. But was there a verb? No, there wasn't a verb of it. Tadashi only. So there's no verb. Not used in verbiage. I guess you could use a pseudo verb. Oh, there's kaku. Does it line up with jitsu as well? Probably not. It probably lines up with soku. Oh, tadasu. Oh yeah, tadasu. Okay. It's a su. Okay. Excellent. See, I think there's value. There's value. That is the value. If you want to think about it how I want to think about it. Obviously, I'm trying to bring in, trying to empathize. All the stuff that you're saying now is also value. We wouldn't be having this discussion or these discussions or capable of having these discussions, even though technically someone could say, why do you need to know all of that? Or why do you even need to know that? It's not going to help you make a sentence, right? It's not going to help you casually speak in Japanese. It's like, yeah, you think Masa is just in names. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Masa. What is Masamune? What is the Masa in Masamune? Like the person, Masamune. It is. Masamune, the famous sword. Masamune is using correct. Oh, Mune as in... Oh. Oh, that's cute. As in religion. Masamune. The famous sword. That's exactly what I mean. So I didn't know Masamune uses the kanji for correct, but I immediately thought about it when you said names. This is the famous sword in, you know, you probably know of some, like Final Fantasy games use Masamune for so immediately. And that's kind of how I would say if I needed to demonstrate if I got better. Oh, Terraria? True. True. So, this, in my opinion, drama, if I had to encourage someone, or like if I had a word of encouragement to anyone who studies characters, right, in order to like learn Japanese or Chinese, do this. Like, remind yourself that you can do this. Do all this other stuff, which may not be the thing you're looking for at the time, but it can be very valuable if you're interacting with someone else. So for me, that's never mind. Terrario is Moramasa. Moramasa. Yeah. Well, Moramasa. It's still the same masa, right? Pretty sure, because Mora is probably gonna be village, right? Probably. Mora is using village, and then the correct village. Yep, Moramasa. Yep. So this is Mora. The only Mora that I know that's common in names is village. So, and then it's still the same Masa, so that's kind of neat. How many other Masas? Masahiko. I think Masahiko is probably... Oh no, it's not. Oh, that's really different. Okay, Masahiko doesn't work. Oh, Masashi. That's right, Masashi and Masame. Oh wait, is that Masame or Masa? Oh yeah, there are a lot. You're right. What is the last one? Let me see. Masakira? What is the last one? Oh, Masako. Oh, Masako. Fair enough. What is the last one? Masashi? Masaki. Oh, Aki. Interesting. Neat. Okay. Well. Masayuki. Okay. Oh, Yuki for... Oh, okay. So Aki for... Yeah, I know. Aki is for the bright, for the light, and then Yuki for the yeah. Interesting. For the joy, for the not joy, but for the... What do you call that character? It's the totem in Wanikani, but the totem is more like joy. Or not, yeah, more like joy. So like ko, probably. In its own yomi form. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, it's ko. When in doubt, just say ko. when in doubt, choose cho, ko, kyo. When you see those kind of like overlapping things. Like those like totem or cross like things. I'm kidding. It doesn't really work out that well. This is Masato. Oh, Hito. Shortening of Hito. Masahito. Masato. That's kind of... That name is awesome, though. The correct person. the correct person. That's cute. What a name. There's I don't know. Makoto is using that one character, but there is Makoto for truth, and I'm not sure Makoto for the name uses the truth character, but that would be pretty cool. Most of the time I see it in kana, so like Makoto, a very common one, like one of the characters from Persona. Japanese names are cool. Yeah, I do. So here's the silly part. Chinese names are not cool. I'm kidding, but sorta not. Chinese names, the meaning of their characters are just the sound. And then you have to use the radicals to determine what the meaning of the name is. Your name is Megami, the beautiful woman of spring blossom type name. Oh, yeah, Megami. Like for example, I'll give you an example. Like Cao, Cao, wait, Cao, right? It's these characters. How I learned it is like one of the characters is just the sound. It's there for the sound. However, if you know the radical, then it's kind of interesting to some extent. But I don't actually know the radicals. I know what I learned as the mnemonic device. So we have to keep in mind that in HanziHero, it's the mnemonic device that gives me the meaning. So it's of no value to a Chinese person, for example. Like this is I'm getting into the nitty-gritty of how people don't feel value, to go back to your original question. Some people might think that not knowing the correct thing means that you have no value gained. So I'll illustrate here. So Cao, the radical meaning for these components are not how I remember this. Cao is a secret agent. This is a secret agent. Now, if someone else tells me I didn't get any better at Chinese, that's true for the radicals, because the radicals are not secret agent. This is not the radical for secret agent. So it's not saying Cao's name is not a secret agent who exercises. Like that's not the meaning of the actual thing. So whenever I'm looking at Japanese now, right, when I'm saying Masato, I see correct person. Now that might be close, or it might not be close at all, because I didn't study the actual radicals or the actual like name construction. So some people might say, well, a Japanese person would laugh at you a bunch of times because their name might mean something entirely different because you used a mnemonic device and you didn't use a radical study. Well, we could go back to the radical study. That would be kind of an interesting thing. Like go back and read all the radicals. Like Hazek's use the original radicals, like the Japanese or the Chinese radical meanings, and can go back and interpret their name that way. So we have to keep that in mind. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I did study characters for a very long time. And I know and can appreciate that when I say Cao Cao has nothing to do possibly with the idea of a secret agent, nor some syrup and some fingers. I get that. Now, did we get better overall in knowing that this is Cao Cao, which is, by the way, Dynasty Warriors? If you are familiar with Dynasty Warriors, there are three generals. Cao Cao of Cao the Tao Dynasty, the blue ones, the guys in blue in Dynasty Wars. That's this guy. This is the name of the guy that leads that. So that's my personal. And then Liu Bei, right? Liu Bei. It's either Liu. I think it's Liu Bei. Liu Bei is the green guy. It's the other kingdom, the three kingdoms, right? The one kingdom, the ones in green, I think it's Liu Bei. Liu Bei is the guy's name. And then the third one is you followed Zhao Yun or something like that. The guy with the spear thing. And they're in blue. So regardless, you learn something. Just sometimes things don't have value to other people. I say things unapologetically because if I share it and then someone's like, oh no, that's not what that radical means. Oh, what does it mean? Then I can connect the two. And if I can connect the two, it's grown in value. At least in my opinion. I talk about Dynasty Warriors all the time, and I haven't played a Dynasty Warrior game since Dynasty Warriors 2. So now learning Chinese, I hear some of the Three Kingdoms characters coming back around. Like, I'm still not sure which, like, for the green guy with the huge halberd, Guan Yu is how I pronounce it in English, but I don't know what his characters are yet. It could be like Guan Yu or Guan Yu or something. He's a very iconic guy with a long bladed halberd, and he's like a giant, and he's one of Liu Bei's soldiers, like right-hand soldiers. And all of those things come back, which is really fun. So I might take a mini project on looking at the original radicals, like the native radicals. This is a point of contention, by the way. Whenever someone brings up something like Wanikani, they're like, so what's the point? You're learning components. Like, people talk about semantics all the time because we're in the age of internet, so semantics matter, right? A lot, to the point of disgruntlement. Like, people can get upset if skip is not the same as complete. So when you skip something, it feels awful. So like a person would demand that the developers say, hey, can this say complete, not skip? Because I already know the thing. Like, well, then if you already know the thing, why does it matter that it's skip or complete? Right? So this is very similar. In Wanikani and also HanziHero, HanziHero used the word components. And one of the semantics is that components are not to be confused with radicals. Wanikani uses radicals, but they are not the Japanese radicals. They are radicals in the nature of their function. So a bunch of people would make an argument like, so you're wasting your time learning meaning to radicals when they're not the correct radical meanings that Japanese people remember. Like, well, yeah. So if your metric is, are you getting better at radicals in Wanikani? The answer is yes and no. You sometimes learn radicals from native Japanese, like it lines up with native Japanese, and sometimes you don't. Actually, I'm gonna say it's a contentious point. I think most still over 50% of the radicals are extendable to Japanese native radicals. So when someone comes around and tells you, what do you value? I will explain to the person what I value. And then I would ask that person, what do you value? So when someone tells me, I value being a Japanese native, it's like, well, then most of the stuff that I have learned does not make me a better Japanese native. So I would not have overall gotten very good or better according to this person's value system, right? Like when someone asks me, hey, have you become more Chinese? No, I have not become more Chinese despite being Chinese. If a native like person speaks to me, right, like a native Chinese person, I have this dialogue before where like a native Chinese person would come up to me and ask me like, oh, so where are you from? And I'm like, I was born in the United States. So, oh, so you're American. It's like no matter how much I could possibly learn as a Chinese person, I don't get better at being Chinese because their value system does not include what is important about being a Chinese person. Like all my value systems do not include what they believe is the value of being Chinese. So that's kind of what my life has taught me. This would be the life lesson about finding value. If you ask me, it would probably be a different answer than someone else most of the time. And I have no problems with someone telling me that I have not improved in Chinese. If I haven't, I can explain it, right? I can explain why they don't believe I have improved in Chinese, which to me makes me feel comfortable. And that's kind of the thing that I would say. I hope that many other people feel that way. It allows them in the future to understand why you can have a disagreement with someone and still feel like you can occupy the same room with them, which is the idea that if you can explain why they think you haven't improved and you think you have, and then compromise based on terms, I think that's a great way to live life, because then you don't have to compromise on your own values versus someone else's value. Generally speaking, though, I think my character studies have improved. Character studies are not the goal of most people who are learning how to read. Like when someone says, I can feel my Japanese getting better, or I can feel my Chinese getting better. It's not this. I think they sideline character studies. They are typically saying if they can read it in a sentence, if they can read it as a use case for the language. And I don't think I can demonstrate that very well. Like, for example, this is fine, right? San Yuan, right? San Yuan, oh no, San Guo, I dropped this, and then Yi. 这是什么? Yan Yi. Possibly Yan Yi. I don't think it's Yan Yi now. Oh yeah, it is Yan Yi. Yan Yi Zhong, right? Yan Yi Zhong. 什么？描述曹操 right? 曹操的是什么？是 oh no, 智谋 right? So if I'm placed on the spot, 描述了曹操的智谋, I can drop various characters here and there on the spot at any given day. And I would say that, well, in day one, I can't read any of it. Like, I legitimately can't read any of it. And then you're going to argue, well, you didn't read it fluently, and you didn't read it the first time without making a mistake. It's like, yeah, I don't read English with 100% fidelity either. The idea is, all right, so now we're going to sit down and we're going to use our character study. So if I sat down and waited and spent 5 minutes looking at all the characters, I would be likely more able to figure all those things out and then read it. That's perfectly fine. That is more than what I could have done by staring at these characters and I'm like, I have no idea what this says. Except for a sun. And even though sun is here, right? Sun makes sense. Sun in 3 is really important in all the languages, so they just happen to be the same. That's about it. So nowadays, though, hear me out. Here's how a good feeling part. On YouTube, most of YouTube text is legible. And that's more than I can ever imagine. So like if the feeling is involved, I can read my way out of filling a box 99% of the time, I would say. So even despite dropping characters, I know what they mean. So like there are times where I don't have to be able to read this to read it. As in know the meanings without hearing the words. Although I do predominate on it. So I want to be able to hear these characters before I actually interpret the characters. So my skills lately have been I must hear the sounds in my head before I translate it or before I read it. But nowadays, though, if I simply shut my mouth and think about what this sentence is telling me, I don't have to hear anything to know what it means. Which is great. I think that's one of the testaments for character studies. Like, you can probably know what this says to a great extent because of your Japanese character studies. Because character studies they overlap because of their similarities in script. So you can still guess these things. So one way, in my opinion, to demonstrate it, your Japanese or your Chinese character studies get better, look at the characters and write in English what it means without using any form of reading. Like what I mean is hearing. So no reads, no nothing. If you can describe what the sentence means, you're already improved in your character studies. You can guess these things, right? At least most of these things. You can even probably pick out things like what's the counter look like, what it's the adverbial modifier, what it's the possession, without even knowing the grammar either. So pretty neat. Like this, what could this possibly be? Well, it's a person thing. So it's a person or a figure or something, right? And then this is history, right? 歴史, right? 歴史, 歴史, and then you have 人 and 物, 人物, right? Or you can say 人物 or 人物, all of those things. But no matter what, it doesn't matter what the read is, you'll know what it means. It's a historical figure. Now, in terms of, this is 历史人物 pretty cool. I think that's probably my favorite part. So for the feeling part, drama, maybe you're over it. I don't know if you ever get over it. I don't think it ever gets old. I think in this day and age, in the internet hustle culture, things can get old fast. Well, the irony here is getting old is slow. If you know what I mean. So the older you get, when you hit your 30s and you hit your 40s, things don't things don't age fast, they age slow. So for me, it still hasn't gotten old that I could sit here and I'm like, well, here's a big block of text, and I'm like, well, all right, I get what they're trying to say, and that's fair. Did I read all of the things correctly? No, not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. So whenever I log into, or when I read the NHK site, right, the news site, and whatever Chinese site there are, it's like, all right, well, at least I extracted the information of what they're trying to tell me, but by no means did I know all the reads, which is really funny. Anyways, good talk, good talk. I hope you feel this way too, Drama. I can't I can't imagine a life of, like, for me it's very hard to empathize with someone who feels like they spent so much time doing what they want, and then get slapped in the face and easily accept that they have no value with the time that they use. That's a really, really unfortunate way to live, personally. I can definitely see how, here's an example of someone who does live like this. There's a few content creators that I parasocially follow, and they actually thrive on the opposite model. Basically, they believe that if you don't place heavy pressure on yourself to gain value in recognizable returns, then they wouldn't push themselves hard enough to work. So for them, what I'm saying would make them lazy and complacent. So they have an entirely different approach. The idea is they would give themselves a goal and a time frame, and if they don't achieve that goal and time frame, then that pressure of gaining that value, that desperation, they simply say they do it and achieve it. They never try. So I'm a try person. I don't want to say guy because that's probably trademarked. I'm a try person. But because I'm a try person, I have to make a series of narrative weight and psychological strategies to make myself successful in my eyes. That other person, if they used my approach, my narrative, they wouldn't have done anything, because they could keep saying, oh, it's okay to just try. It's okay to relax and vibe and do nothing. So the things that I'm talking about may work if you know that you're having too much of something. Like, I do understand, like, for example, getting into graduate school. If you don't get into graduate school, everything you have done to get into graduate school can feel like it was a waste of time. If that hurts you overall psychologically, like if that prevents you and causes you to be catatonic, that's where the try person comes in. So the difference here is, like, right, try is to help someone who's stuck in achieving goals. Do is someone who is vigorously achieving goals, or no, not vigorously, failing to achieve goals. Oh wait, they both say the same thing. Sorry, I didn't think this through very much. Oh, is goalless, sorry. Do is for goalless people. Goalless people. So these are the two opposite things, and they both have value systems. The value system of someone who do without a goal is meandering. They achieve nothing. It's gonna feel like they do nothing. When someone is, right, like if you're doing and you don't have a goal, then everything is achievable technically. So then what is it? What is the lower limit? This is not quite well thought out, but when you're trying, you can be stuck on a goal because because everything else is okay. Now, when you're stuck on a goal, right? Like a goal rejects you. Oh man, this is not really well thought out. So, I think a better example would be to use an example. So you want to be fluent in Japanese. For example, you want to be fluent in Japanese. That's your goal, right? And you want to do this. You're a doer. You're saying, I want to become fluent in Japanese. I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it in 6 years. Right? And as you're getting here, it doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. Not possible. So you give up. Because doers give up when their goals are not met. When their goals can't be met. So there's a yes and no to getting better. If you give up, the answer is no. You wasted your time. You've never gotten better. When you're a trier, what happens is when someone is giving up, like they're going to give up on something, a trier would not give up. They simply consolidate what they're going to do along the way. So they adjust where it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to become fluent in Japanese, but it doesn't matter because triers tend to be quote unquote goalless in that way, goalless people. And doers tend to deal with stuck goals. So if you're a doer, if you're like someone who tries and never gets anything done, quote unquote, gets anything done, like a goal, then you have to become a doer. How do you get to a doer? Set goals and achieve them and place pressures on yourself to achieve the goals at any cost. That's how you'll get to achieve your first goal. Since you're so lax on yourself and everything's acceptable, generally speaking, setting any goals would be sufficient. Meanwhile, a trier is someone who, when goals kill you, like when the goals destroy your motivation, you have to start trying as opposed to doing. And I'm far more of a trier than a doer. So right now, if you're asking me to channel my inner doer, right, like a person who's goal-oriented, my goal that I had set for myself for Chinese is to read Chinese to other people. I did not get overall better at doing that yet. Like, substantially. I can explain characters and what they sound like, and I can I can mimetically read character sounds in Chinese. So, technically, I could make an argument that I did get better overall as someone who's trying. I didn't get better overall at someone who's doing because I didn't get to my goal yet. So, yes, someone's gonna be in between, right? So goals are here. A trier tries to appreciate these things, right? A trier tries to appreciate these things. A doer tries to appreciate this one thing. And I would say I'm further away than I am close to my goal. My doer goal is to read Chinese to record. So, like, one day I will play Like a Dragon 9. That's the goal. One day I'll play Like a Dragon 9, which hasn't come out yet, right? I'm thinking maybe a year or two from now. Like a Dragon 9, and I will read the Chinese to a recorded device, to the stream. And that is the goal. How much did HanziHero help me out in achieving this? It didn't. Because I didn't achieve the goal yet. So it's going to feel like no improvement. To a doer. Because it's insignificant. All of these steps are typically really insignificant to feeling good. When you feel it, you do it. Now, I'm more of a trier right now. So trying allows me to keep on going. And that's what I emphasize for myself. I will constantly, if you ever need a word of encouragement, or if someone around me feels like they're going to quit, or they just feel like life never gets goals done, then that's where I come in. I typically, let's go and point out all the things you can do. Let's go do that now. Because to me, the odds of me encountering someone is probably in this phase. More than 90% of the time, the people online, they have really large goals. The bigger your goals are, the more time you're going to spend in the quote unquote the trying phase. And what we did right now, you and I, when we were talking about and getting excited about the characters like Masa, right? Masa, the question that I asked, and then you can rattle these off and talk about these things, that should get you excited. It's like, okay, it kept your mind off of how far you are from your goal of being fluent, for example, in Japanese, and helped you appreciate all the things that you have done along the way, so that you can get up tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm gonna crush that Wanikani lesson out, and to heck with this. Even those niche items, watch me break it out randomly. Like, here's my take about how niche items work. Crepuscular. I don't know if you know this word, crepuscular. Crepuscular is a new word that I learned. And I learned it in like the last week. And I learned it from HanziHero. It's a translation of something that's holy. So like a sunbeam can be crepuscular. And now you might be thinking, oh yeah, this is such a niche item. Like, there's no way people would use crepuscular. On that same exact day, in the evening, Procall gave me a vocabulary test, which was based on a Vsauce and Hannah Fry podcast about estimating the vocabulary depth of an English speaker. And he shared about his father's score of 96 out of 100, I think, and then Procall tested and talked about that thing. Crepuscular was one of those words. And just so happens they were one of the words I wouldn't have known if I used HanziHero. So why am I bringing that up? It's because when someone is trying, not when someone's doing, their eyes is here, not over here. So whenever I think about how to keep someone going, how to make people think about the trivialities of their, or constantly concerned about the trivialities of their knowledge, the idea is it's niche because you know at a distance it's not important. It is important right now because you need to know it. So to do well on Wanikani, you have to know these niche things. So right now, you have to create value out of the niche things you know. You explain to yourself it's niche because later down the line, it will have no value to you. So that's perfectly fine, right? So Crepuscular ended up helping me get a perfect score on the this thing. This thing apparently had 100 questions. 100 questions. You could even try it, Drama. It's really cool. And if you get the 100 correct, it is estimated that you have 850,000 plus in English words. I don't know how they got that, but I did manage to get all 100 words. And there were some really funky ones that for a long time I haven't like seen, and there's no way I have seen these words other than it coming up. Like what's one? I think it was you Caligan, I think. You Caligan, right? I only seen this once, and it was a long time ago. This is like old Middle English thing, and this occurred in a show, like a feudal time show. That's how I knew Ucaligon. And Ucaligon is a neighbor who burns, like someone burning a neighbor's house. It's a reference to an act. So that was one of the last ones, the last groups, and it was so fun to hear them. And here's some more like average words that I haven't used in a while. Verbose is now far more common. So I use verbose, and the opposite of verbose I typically use is tarsh. So this is like, I'm verbose. I find drama from a lot of times. You're a lot of a tarsh person, an efficient person, someone who's very concise, right? So there's other words, like if you say tarsh, you could say concise, or that's not concise, that's consist. Concise. And then verbose could be like long-winded. Now, in this vocabulary set, they reminded me of two other words. Obsequious. I don't know how to spell obsequious. We're just gonna go with that. That's not how you spell obsequious. It's fine. And then there is like capricious, but capricious is unrelated. Tarsh can be taciturn. So taciturn is another. Those are words that I have forgotten. But the thing is, how do I remember these words? It's because I remember tarsh and verbose. I talked about this before when I was younger. I was identified as a gifted person because of my association. I wasn't like some memory person, like some person who could remember, they say like 7, 1, 5, 6, 8, 9, and then say it backwards. I didn't have like exceptional short-term memory or something. I was gifted in the way that I associate things at an early age. So I don't think I'm gifted anymore because IQ, the way they evaluate IQ and stuff, it's based on biological age. I feel like nowadays, as a 40-year-old, I'm not that like above average anymore. But most of the people my age are pretty intelligent at this now. So associations. So whenever they explain to me words, so there was a psychological evaluation. They asked me to explain words. Like, if someone asks you, what does taciturn mean? I would say, well, okay, I mean, I don't know what this word means, but tacit reminds me of the word tacit. And there's earn, but there's also turn. Tacit has tactful in it. So it's probably something behaving with tact, with an earn. So what does that mean? Short with words. I guess what taciturn means. Short with words. Now, now we're going to relate this back to Chinese and Japanese. So how does this relate to the way Chinese and Japanese work? This is how I remember Chinese and Japanese. I learn things and I associate them. So even niche items become forms of association because they're tethered to each other. So this, if you say, well, how do I remember this? Dynasty Warriors 2. Like, well, that sounds like a niche item. Who in the world would remember Dynasty Warriors 2? I do. So that's kind of where when you know something, when you have knowledge, in my opinion, it's valueless. It's valueless if it doesn't serve a function to you. So no function to you, right? No function to you. And I think when it comes to high school and college, if your perspective is you're hoping that they provide function and value, that's one source of value. Now, when I went to college, everything was valuable that I spent time on. So I went from high school where I waited for value to happen to college is valuable because I make it valuable. And if it's extra valuable, passive, if it's passively valuable, then that's extra. It's a bonus. Like that's an addition. In high school, you had certain amount of time and you choose when it's not valuable. And that's kind of what happens when you continue life like that. So if you don't go to college, you might not ever learn this. If you go to, if you work and you are very successful, you might not never have to learn it. You don't have to compensate for trying. So what I mean is, my life has told me that I should try, not do. Because otherwise, why would I try to be Chinese? Why would I try to be American? I can't be those things. That's the crazy part. Now, for others, their life might take them somewhere. And that's the deepest connection that I have. Why am I a trier? Because my life has taught me I can't be something. And you don't have to feel sad for me because I'm a trier. I like trying to be something I can't be. Like perfect. Right? I try to be perfect. It's not going to stop me from recognizing that I can't be perfect. Now, I was using the word perfect because that's kind of what the internet struggles with. I have other, like, I don't even get to perfect. I'm not even concerned with perfect. I'm talking about being Chinese and being American, whatever that means. Like, oftentimes, I like exploring how I can try to be Chinese, try to be American. And this is why, and here's the full circle. Here's the TLDR, the punchline, the hot take. When you are learning a language, especially a secondary language, what you're doing is you're trying to be something you can possibly can't be. That's the kicker, in my opinion. Like, I understand what it's like to be a foreigner, even in the country I'm born in. And the thing is, if you can resonate with me, I think you'll go a far longer way to like moving to Japan and being happy, being like really great at trying to be something you can't be, because the satisfaction comes from the value you place in all the things you do. I don't know how that's gonna help those who don't want to think of it this way, because you can't possibly not. If you move to Japan and you weren't born in Japan, you can't be other than a foreigner. You don't have to be unhappy though, and Asian countries, you can resonate with me. That's good, because it's beautiful. And for the record, it's not like Japanese people or like Chinese people or something are gonna say, "Oh man, look at that foreigner. He's like trying, and it's all like haha, like they can never be. You're half Russian." Oh, yes, that's exactly it. So what I mean is, if I had to, I don't speak for Japanese, But in terms of the Asian perspective, it is beautiful to see someone trying despite like doing their best and trying their best despite being told they can't do it or they can't be it, at least in my opinion, especially from a outside perspective. So like what I feel if I were to internalize Japanese culture is that, so what if you're a foreigner? If you're trying really hard to do your best to like respect their culture and all that stuff and integrate and assimilate and whatnot, that is what they'll see. That is what they will value. And as opposed to like trying to be something you're not. Right? Which can be a little hairy. And if you can resonate with me, which you're half Russian, that's kind of how I feel most of the time. And I think it's a happy place if you're a happy person. So most of the time I'm not telling myself, oh, did I become more Chinese overall? And I don't know what that means, but I can tell you, I know a lot of things about being Chinese. I've experienced a lot of things that Chinese people experience. I'm not upset when someone tells me, oh yeah, you're a fake Chinese person. It's like, okay, can you explain to me how you qualify a fake Chinese person? Like, well, just someone who's not born in China. It's like, you're right, then I'm fake Chinese because I'm not born in China. Like, it doesn't hurt my identity. They didn't ask me what I think a Chinese person is. So the nice thing is their value system doesn't overlap with my value system, which is why we disagree. If their value system overlaps with my value system, then we can resonate. We can then choose to resonate with each other. And in all of my being, like every ounce of my being, people need to be happy, at least in my opinion. Like, so I would do anything possible to discover ways or different ways to have people have their liberty to be happy in the limited amount of time that they have. I think spending most of your life being upset about constantly like devaluing what you're doing to the point where you might not find any value other than the goal being reached, that kind of sucks when it fails. I'm not saying it will fail. The devastation is pretty big. The bigger the goal is. Maybe, drama, again, maybe 3 or 4 years down the line, we'll have wonderful discussions or not have wonderful discussions in quote unquote fluent Japanese or something like that. My money is that whatever Japanese you speak in 4 years' time, since you're resonating with me now, will be satisfactory. It will be satisfying enough wherever you are. I hope so, because that means that you spent most of your life enjoying what you're doing. Like knowing, not enjoying as in physically enjoying, like running, swimming, things are exhausting, right? But they're positive stress. You're saying to yourself, I am getting better because I'm choosing to spend my time doing it. And then you still keep your goal. You know, you can still say, well, I didn't get to my goal yet, so it could be in vain if you never follow through to that goal. Meanwhile, the counterbalance is that everything you're doing can be repurposed. It can be used in the way it is valuable now. I think one of the biggest life lessons I would have is in the terms of money, right? Money, happy dollars. We'll use happy dollars because we can't really talk about actual money. This is not investment advice. When money sits there, right? Sits there. When money sits there and you're saying, I'm saving up. I'm saving up for that 100,000 accumulation, right? So if you don't cross 100,000 happy dollars, then you failed. That's not how money works, right? the amount that you use, that you have 10,000, you can use this 10,000 to make 20,000 and so on, right? You don't have to sit there and wait to get to use the value that it exists. These are two different perspectives, and they both exist for humans. Like, you can choose to save and wait for that goal to happen, or you can use what value you have now to build to that, and you have both of them. Humans do both. I feel at edge when someone is all or none on one way, like using all your wealth without thinking about the future, right? That's like going into depth, expecting for a payout later, versus you go all in and you never develop anything you currently have to hope that you can enjoy it later. Those are the two biggest things. My parents are this side of things. They spend most of their life hoping that they can enjoy their life later down the road, right? Now they've reached that, and they still don't enjoy the thing down the road because the down the road kept going further down the road. So that's kind of one of the things that they're really heavy on the other end, where like, so what are you saving all of this for now? There's no, it turns out that they don't need to save all those things, since my sister and I kind of worked out, so to speak. Something fun was you randomly join a Thai streamer, and you could communicate through both of your broken Japanese. Oh, dude, that's great. I every so often Subhan does that, where Subhan would type in random things, and I'm like, oh, okay. I could read, and one time it was Russian. I met a Russian who is learning Chinese, and they didn't want to use, they weren't comfortable with English, so I used English into Chinese and they used Russian into Chinese to communicate. And since they only have to type, I only had to read. So then I simply used all the words that I knew, and then used like the broken English, that the English that I injected are like things like is and am and stuff. So it was reasonable. And I inferred the Russian that was in some of it. Learn more languages. A Thai streamer? How do you... What were they streaming, Drama? For the Thai streamer? Broken Japanese. Is it an Arknights streamer? A Thai streamer who knows Japanese, huh? Anyways, just thought I'd share. Oh, a Monster Hunter? Oh, okay, Monster Hunter. Are you excited about the expansion? What was it called? Ascendance? Yeah, they announced Monster Hunter Wild Ascendance. Are you gonna play that? It's either Ascendance or something. Something about the sky. That's all I remember.
Ceng.
That hate? I don't think that's hate. No. Soul is hate. Ton is a sound. I don't know what type of sound you're making. Whoosh. Of course it's whoosh. You'll probably play it. Not really hyped though. Okay, fair enough. Play it. Value it. You know? So here's where my Chinese is right now, okay, Drama? I'll give you an idea about niche stuff. This is whoosh. Like, I'm in the onomatopoeia zone. So many of the last like 2 months of characters are either they're the actual name, so like Masa, right? It's the character used for like Masa, and that's it. It's just Masa. There's no like Tao. It's just Tao. There's nothing else attached to it. And then we have things like this, like Oh, clack, clang, bang, whoosh, hiss, rustle, bing, bong, like that clank, a creak, that stuff. And then the rest is I the other time when you came by, you mentioned something like, oh, you either know it or you don't. You mentioned, you made a comment about it. Um, this is pretty much it. Like, these characters are, you know it or you don't. Like, there are 4 bangs, and hear me out. And what I'm doing is, since I don't know these, right? Whoosh, for example. I know what this word sounds like. So like this character, I know it's tongue. Whoosh has to be tongue, but this will always be tongue. Like when I read this, it's tongue. Now I don't know what it means anymore, right? Like I'm trying to learn what it means, the whoosh thing. So what happens is we're gonna go to the dictionary, and maybe there's something that resonates with me. So that's what the word discovery thing is right now. Which, miso? Like, look at this. Wait, tongue. Oh, that is miso. You see what I mean? This is word discovery. That is miso. And miso, here's the thing about miso, right? Like, see, this says tongue, so it's a different read of this character. This is taught as tongue, but this is tongue. So, but it's the same character. So now I'm doing double reads. We're doing double reads. And actually, if you look at miso, it's the other way around. So if you look at this character, right? Like, that's not miso. It looks a little bit different. Right? Because guess what? Now it's the other way. Japanese is this way. These things are the other direction. Like I gave earlier, we had an example of older brother, right? So Japanese this way, Chinese this way. Now the soul in miso is this way, and I just now found out that they use this character, but these two are different characters right now for now. But that's what I mean by word discovery. This is pretty fun. And what does this say? This says oh, it's just flavor plus whatever this means. Whoosh. Miso soup. Okay, yeah, tongue. Wei jiang, and it's a different read, so I don't know. We can't use this obviously for whoosh. Still, pretty interesting. I will eventually learn that it's wei jiang tongue. If this was placed, I could tell that it's some type of soup, and I would probably be able to tell it's miso soup because of Japanese, because it's close enough to miso. That's kind of cute. For now though, this is just whoosh, so we're just gonna whoosh it up. Oh no. Oh no, this is not. Oh, it's ling, not ling. No, ling. No G. It's ling, not ling. It kind of sounds like I'm saying the same thing. You don't like miso, by the way? What? You can't even be.
菜
What? How are you gonna live without miso? I'm kidding. Do you like any form of bean paste? Fermented bean paste? It's not even the taste, your brain just blocks it? Oh. Do you like any other form of fermented bean paste? Like other types? It doesn't want me to eat it. Okay. Oh, wait. Do you mean like digest it? Like, do you have like a digestion problem or something? Or something, or it's just like bleh, bleh. Not good. Oh, here's an example. This is Thai, by the way. It's just Thai. So if I look this up, right? If I look this up, it's probably just names. Yeah, they're all names. Oh, you can't swallow it. Oh, so you do have a... Interesting, you have a reflex to it. What about other types of bean paste? Have you tried natto? The first thing you're gonna have to do, like one of the things that you're going to have to... Oh, wait, you probably already tried it. Did you go to... When you went to Japan, did you, the multiple times you went to Japan, did you try, natto? Natto is even worse. Yeah, miso is related. Miso is also like a type of fermented, like fermented bean. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, you don't have to like it. What about tofu? Tofu is tasteless, right? You're fine with tofu. Tofu is, it goes through a lot more processing than natto and miso from the soybeans. Obviously, they don't have to use soybeans, but typically, many of the stuff is related to that bean family. You don't like tofu? It's fine. Like, it's understandable. What about soy milk? Soy milk barely has like the funk of... Oh, but you can eat it. Okay. You drank soy milk before? Yeah. I'm sensing the bean part. How far back does it have to go? So we only have proper nouns here, so that's not gonna change anything. We're gonna go back and just remember it's Thai now. What was this?
脑
You do like soy sauce. Okay, soy sauce. You haven't tried soy milk? Okay. Asian, so Asian soy milk. I know that sounds a little bit generic, but Eastern soy milk has like has a like a kind of a like a strongish like soybean quality to it. And it's not the same as like the Western one where you use like where you get like oat milk, almond milk, and soy milk in Western ones where you would like mix. So it'll be interesting. Soy milk is... I have a reaction to soy milk. So even though I enjoy growing up, I did enjoy drinking soy milk. It makes my throat itchy, so I might have like a growing allergy to it. So I'm actually kind of curious if you had some sort of reaction to it. You also don't like Japanese egg for some reason? Oh, is it the texture maybe? Oh, what is it about the Japanese egg? Have you narrowed it down somehow? I don't think I've had Japanese eggs, so I'm not too certain. Like, because the way Japanese prepares their egg, it's usually not for export. You don't export eggs ever. Like, so eggs are typically local, and then the way Japanese handle their eggs, it's all in-house, due to like quality control and standardization. Obviously, you can probably sort of export westernized eggs, like how westernized eggs are done. And also, even in Europe, there are different, egg quality controls between the United States and Europe. And you probably heard plenty of these type of debates. But in Japanese, I imagine the way they handle their eggs will have something to do with how they handle their eggs. AI said it's because the chicken are fed with fish or something like that. Oh yeah, higher nitrogen. Oh, that's interesting. Can you taste nitrogenous compounds? I think that would, when I think about feeding with fish or something, I probably think of like nitrogenous compounds in their eggs. Nitrogenous compound is like ammonia base or urine base, like something that fishy, like if you think about the fishy thing that carries over, oftentimes they're nitrogenous compounds. Interesting, their chicken is fed with fish. That's so intriguing. What is chicken feed in the West? I wonder what common chicken feed is for corn, soybeans, and wheat. Intriguing. I'll have to look more into that. I wonder what it tastes like now. I look forward to visiting Japan to taste it. Did you have it raw or did you have it cooked? Like, are we talking about, I don't know, tamago sushi or something like that? Japanese eggs are highly prized for their rich, savory flavor. Oh, there's a savory flavor, huh? Creamier texture and vibrant, yeah, dark orange yolks, yeah, for sure. This distinct difference from Western eggs come from specialized chickens' diets rich in ingredients like fish. Oh, okay, fish meal, seaweed, and carotenoids. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, their eggs they look very different. For sure. Consistently different. Hello there, Xing Xing. How are we doing? We're doing pretty alright. We're talking about Japanese eggs. How do you feel about Australian eggs, Xing Xing? Did you have to adjust when you first moved to Australia? Or are we feeling like, oh, I'm familiar with this? Apparently, Drama was not a big fan. Like, something about Japanese eggs didn't agree with him. And apparently, there is a distinction that's carried through the feeding process, the raising process, the specialized diets. How do you feel about Australian eggs, Xing Xing? That's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about foods. Mainly, how Drama doesn't agree with miso and natto and don't like tofu. I have a reaction, some reaction, depending on what type of bean. Interesting question. One of the two eggs you have eaten is not your style, but the normal egg with the white and yellow tastes exactly the same as Netherlands. Interesting. You had your cooked and raw, both unenjoyable. Okay, so neither the cooking method doesn't help with the egg. That's interesting. I enjoy eggs quite a lot. I haven't gone to other countries to eat eggs before. So it will be very interesting. I'll make a note of it. I mean, it would be hard for me not to go to Japan and eat an egg dish because egg is like the foundation of my diet. You also enjoy European eggs? I see, I see. Absolute peak. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know, like, I haven't gone to Europe to eat eggs, so I have no idea. You only ate eggs now when you eat bami? Okay. Yeah, I haven't eaten eggs in other places. And usually eggs are one of those special items. And what I mean by special items is I earlier, Xing Xing, before you popped in, eggs are typically localized. So you rarely say like, oh, I get eggs exported, or imported from here and here. Eggs don't, they stay local. So oftentimes whenever you have dishes and cuisines and stuff, if they integrate eggs, they tend to be very regional. And I have not gone outside or to another place to consume eggs. Like I've consumed eggs in New Zealand, but I think I was not as cultured back then, so I wasn't taking notes or contrasting what the eggs were like in New Zealand. So I would be curious to go to another country. Have eggs. Oh, and you really dislike Japanese tissues? They are way too thin? Yeah, but you gotta be delicate. Okay. Shopping some stuff you dislike. Not everything is perfect there. Being able to talk about it and not like being able to talk about it and accept it is good, right? Because you're gonna accept the whole package, obviously. You gotta accept it. How would they even export eggs without breaking them? That's a good question. Um, and also, the other thing is exporting eggs by disease, right? Like, or spoilage. Eggs are like one of those things. Even if you find a really wonderful way to export them, um, spoilage due to the exporting thing. The standards are really high for like various differing standards. I mean, yeah, export glass is what I was gonna use. I was literally gonna use the thing glass. Glass is a good example. uh, they have by the way, you can't export things because you export animals. Like animal eggs, like if you know what I mean. Like animals get rescued and stuff, and there are ways to export like animals to like sanctuaries and all that. So there's probably already ways to export eggs in that manner. Probably not on the scale of feeding people. That's probably what I would say. In the Netherlands, you never bought eggs from stores, always from farmers. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing here too. Um, I live in a state where most of the eggs come from the state. So like where we buy eggs, it comes from the state. So it doesn't come from like I'm not eating eggs from like California or something. It would be wildly kind of like unless a disaster happens or something like that. Usually eggs in the local grocer is from the local place. And do they taste sufficiently different? I've been around the United States. I don't, not enough for my palate to discern. You and Xing Xing had to have had the same egg taste. Amsterdam is 4-hour drive from there. Oh, okay. Nice. I'll keep that in mind. Something about an egg tour sounds amazing. I wonder if anyone has ever done an egg tour. Just like go around the world tasting out the eggs. This is what I live for. Tell me all your experiences. One day, one day. One day, drama, we're gonna share some Japanese eggs together, and you're gonna be like, nah, I'm over it. I love these eggs. Like 2 years into your residency in Japan or something. I'm kidding. You don't have to like Japanese eggs. I mean, I don't even know if I like Japanese eggs. Who knows? Yeah, visa news. Do tell, Xing Xing. Do tell. What do you got? Let me see if I remember what this is. Oh no. What? Oh, I added an E. Whoops. Ru, elaborate.
入
Maybe it's because your stomach didn't adjust yet. I like to think so. Outside of allergies, right? Drama, outside of like really strongly biological aversions or like legitimate repulsions, I think oftentimes taste is acquired, right? Like the idea of acquired taste. That is one of the antithesis, at least in my opinion, the counter arguments to the whole idea of maybe um you're specifically born a way and you're unable to appreciate, like, become fond of something. So acquired taste is one of those theories, or at least conceptual ideas that are effectively experienced but difficult to explain, at least from a biological and a psychological interaction standpoint. So we'll see when I go there. I mean, obviously you're more than it can be just as likely that you'll continue to avoid Japanese eggs, even though I'm gonna be honest with you, Drama, it's hard to live in, like, for me, if I think about like an Eastern culture, it's difficult to survive without eggs. I mean, like, you can't get. You used to hate sushi. Oh, now you really enjoy it. My best friends were very similar. Yeah, a lot of or they were more so they weren't acclimated yet. So the hate came from more of a, well, that's a different experience. I don't like it. That type of thing, right? So acquired taste is an interesting thing. You avoid miso and natto for sure. What? How can you not have a warm bowl of miso soup as a palate cleanser? Miso is practically I'm projecting now. That's okay. You can use other things as a palate cleanser. How are you with ginger? Or ooh, what other type of soup base do they use for palate cleansers outside of miso? That's gonna be tough. I mean, miso is even more ubiquitous than chicken stock or like beef stock. Oh, hello there, Curdle. Hey, it's been a while, but hope all is well. I'm glad to see you're here and chatting. Yeah, Curdle. Thank you. Welcome. You've never had miso? It tastes nice. So miso is like the standard stock. Oh, I guess you can have like seaweed stock, like kombu, and how you would kombu and uh bonito. The other, like, just flat kombu. I guess it kind of just tastes like chicken bouillon now that I think about it. It's not that. It's kind of fishy. It's a little bit fishy though. I hope all is well with you too, Curdle. How are you doing? Yeah, we're just chatting about food now. You have been to so many Japanese places in Melbourne, but never tried it. Not miso. It's a palate cleanser. You eat your comfort food always, which is chicken. Oh, I see. You go to a Japanese place to eat chicken. Ting Ting, we need to talk about this for a moment. Okay. And you're even by the ocean. What happened to the seafood? No seaweed either. Seaweed would be a palate cleanser as well. You feel like you get miso no matter what you order? Yeah, you just get miso. That's period. It's the palate cleanser. It's like the rice. Like I think miso. I think miso is even more common than rice. I would even obviously I'm being a little hyperbolic. It's difficult for me to imagine. Like I can imagine without rice. It's hard for me to imagine without miso. Like when you order something, you're gonna be offered miso or tea. Obviously, you can drink tea and miso. If you would have both. Oftentimes, something warm and something like neutral. But man, you guys are. Oh man, Xing Xing like dislikes seafood. Oh, you too. You were always sitting there, breathing and then drinking in one sip. Oh, you too. That would be kind of cool to like meet somewhere and see what you guys like to eat. I don't know if you go on food trips, but generally speaking, when I go on food trips, it's like do dislike or not dislike. It's kind of fun to explore food experiences with people. So despite you saying you dislike seafood, I'll probably try very hard to introduce you to seafood. I sound so disappointed. Japanese chicken. Yeah, Japanese chicken is nice. Yeah, yeah. What do you have? Like your probably your standard like teriyaki probably, right? Something with teriyaki or karaage? Are you like fried chicken or something? I'm not disappointed. Second one? Oh, karaage. Nice. Fair enough, fair enough. Fried chicken ramen. Skip on the miso broth. I, I'm sorry. I'm being way too indirectly cheeky right now. You also can't eat any type of noodles. What? That's tough. That's gonna be a tough one. Oh man, you're trying, but you can't for now. Do you have a gag reflex for noodles? Some people actually. I've been around a lot of different types of people, and eating restrictions like they existed before the internet. Like the internet made aware of all these eating restrictions. So I have encountered people who have gag reflexes with long things. So like it's tough for them to consume noodles. But I'm not sure if that's a real thing. Like for you, what I mean is I don't know when you say you can't for now, it could be a mechanical thing. Noodles can be a mechanical thing for a lot of people. Like those so I don't want to be like unintentionally insensitive if you had like a mechanical thing. My father is actually he's getting older and he has a problem consuming certain things. You can't eat oh you can eat spaghetti but no problem. Oh interesting. So no gag reflex. They're just straight up hating on Asian noodles. Dang. None of that Asian nudes, huh? The thing is mostly the flavors of the noodle. Rice? Or are you talking about the noodle themselves or the thing they're often served in? The definitely the noodle would be different. Yeah, the noodles themselves would definitely do the rice. Okay. Yeah. Definitely the noodles by far are going to taste different. Because the flour process for pasta is you have no idea? Well, maybe one day we'll find out. Udon was like number one food for you too. Udon, oh my gosh. Give me the thick noodles. I want to top that drama. One day maybe we'll both also visit China. Udon, hand cut noodles. Hand cut noodles. Like bian bian noodles. Like I like my noodles thick and girthy. Like udon times two. Like noodles that will scorch your mouth because they're so thick, and then when you try to eat it from like the bowl, it will scorch because they retain so much heat. Sorry, I might be, you think I'm exaggerating, but have you guys ever consumed something that was too hot and then you like get that initial burn and then you can consume it in that temperature and then the next day your tongue feels weird? Have you ever had that? In China, okay, I've never been to China, but one of the things that are really often known in China is that Chinese people consume hot things. They consume a lot of hot things very often, like scorching hot things. And oftentimes that lead to like esophageal damage or esophageal cancer, right? And that's like kind of my thing a lot of times. When you're drinking noodles and you're eating noodles, it's just like scorch your mouth and I'm like, "Oh, that's like that's like one of the experiences of eating super starchy and thick things that retain their heat." They're never something too hot. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You and your German. uh, but at least you're trying to eat it. Oh, okay. Rice noodles. Here's the thing. The funny thing about rice noodles is that they often help with gluten. Like it's interesting for someone to like spaghetti, but not like pasta, but be like a little bit of adverse to Eastern noodles that are rice dependent. It's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying it's gluten free, but you hear it often. Oh, and it's funny. Oh no, he was Norwegian. You need to sleep? All right, good night. Good night, drama. It's really late. I'm surprised you were here for that long. Hopefully you rest well. Get excited, right? Learn more Japanese tomorrow. Reconvene. Chat some more. Yeah, take care, drama. You think Uncle dislikes you because you got trouble eating noodles? Listen, that's kind of tough. I'm not. I'm. That's a hard sell. Like, I don't know which one is more Xing Xing. I don't know what's more of a uphill battle. You disliking seafood, or you disliking noodles, especially Eastern noodles. Like, the next thing, and I already know more about the stuff you eat. You're probably not a spice person. So I think we had a couple conversations where we could triangulate on your palate, your sensitivity, your spice sensitivity, right? So yeah, that's rough. It's very difficult to enter like a Asian household and be like, yeah, none of these things, please. And hear me out, Xing Xing. This is purely, I don't want to say this as an insult. I think it's more of an accommodation of cultures. Since I grew up in the United States, I grew up in Americanized like environment, and whenever my parents would have guests, like some of our guests or some of my sister's guests, when we're eating as a family, every time we go to like an Asian place, they would specifically eat chicken and white rice, right? Just straight up the most mellow thing possible, you know, like teriyaki chicken or like something as mellow as possible, but it would be a land animal. It would basically just be chicken. And you probably could imagine every Asian family has had that conversation where like, why do you go to a Asian restaurant to eat poultry? Or here's another one where it was like a couple of people that I know, they're vegetarians. So that's really tough too when they're vegetarians. Now, I'm not saying all Asian demographics, because we have to keep in account like Indians have one of the largest like vegetarian groups, right? And also like Muslims and like those who practice the Islamic faith and stuff, they also have dietary restrictions when it comes to like meats, right? So the thing is though, seafood, yeah, that's a rough one. Like that is like the treat. It's kind of humorous because if you ask my parents, how do they demonstrate to their guests that to like treat their guests well, they break out the seafood. Seafood, quality noodles, right? As opposed to like simply offering rice. And it would be pretty much things that immediately like it would be disagreeable to you, which is really funny. They serve you food that was not spicy, but to your mouth was burning. Seafood gotta go out the door. Have you had fish balls before? So here's the thing about seafood. There are in Asian cultures, like I'm saying Asian in general, so take it with a grain of salt. There are types of seafood that is heavily processed. Not in the same way. I'm not talking about like McDonald's and machine process. I'm talking about it took them a really long time to prep the food. So things like fish balls, the fresh the fresh fish is then deconstructed, processed as in like chopped up, minced, and then it is combined with like a starch, and then they are flash fried or boiled or flash boiled, and then they look like meatballs, but they don't retain their like fishiness that a lot of people have problems with. And I know this because when you give fish balls to like multiple generation Americans, they don't actually mind it at all. They quite enjoy it. In fact, that's the item. Like I'm not sure if you had shabu shabu or like hot pot or something, like in a place where it's just a roiling like a rolling boil pot, and then you throw in things, and oftentimes there are these things that look like meatballs, and those meatballs, a lot of them actually have seafood, and usually those are pretty good. Like they are often more of like what I would say a gateway to acquiring seafood taste. The only seafood you can eat is kibbling. I think I have a. Oh, intriguing. Maybe we should just deep fry everything. Have you had tempura before? Like, have you gone to a Japanese place and ordered tempura? Not all tempura has seafood in it, but you can like order like a variety where, okay, tempura might be good. Like if you like kibbling, tempura is the Japanese way of frying something. It's lighter. It's actually quite less greasier. Not that it's better or not. When I'm eating fried foods, I'm American raised. If I'm gonna go out to eat fried food, it's like get the fat in me situation. That's besides the point. So I'm not saying that it's lighter in grease, meaning that it's like gonna agree with your palate as much, because it might actually be the frying technique that makes it more agreeable. But tempura is the Japanese frying thing, and they would fry vegetables and various things, especially vegetables, along with seafood. And in my experience, personally, like I'm projecting a little, my friends, tempura would be the thing that they would enjoy, even though they don't like seafood. Like, so fish balls, tempura is, and then things that are fried, obviously. I know I'm playing into the stereotype about Americans, right? But frying does help quite a bit about complementing whatever the seafood is. For me, tempura, lotus root. I love fried lotus root. I'm not sure if you're into your rooty vegetables, but lotus root is amazing. Yeah, tempura would be. I would love to hear your tempura experience if you ever get a chance.
梨
Oh no, wait. This is seep through. I mean, seep in is okay. You should take a look. Like, take a look at the picture. Take a look at a picture of tempura. You might find it green. It's not quite as golden brown. It's more like whiter. It's a whiter batter. It's quite light. It really does remind me of your kibling here. Cod, huh? That looks delicious, by the way. That dish looks fried fish. Sign me up. You talk about your friends about it for sure. Okay. Like, one thing that people like about tempura is, and usually it's from a dietary concern because of frying stuff. I don't have these restrictions. Generally speaking, though, tempura is lighter. It's way lighter. So, the prep work of how Japanese people, traditionally prep frying their food is not so much as karage. Karage uses like a different thing. Tempura is like very fluffy thing. It's not meant to be oily or like, I might not even call it a comfort food, really. It's a light snack. It's a pretty like an appetizer kind of thing. At least it feels a little weird to have someone tell me, "Hey, I just had tempura for my entree." But you can probably get that if you eat light. So it's not like at least what you're saying, this Dutch dish. Oh, it's a snack too, though. Honestly, it's kind of like this. Like, it's a snack place. Because they force you to go to Japanese places. Oh, I see. I see. You must be the life of the party. Sing sing. Chicken's good though. How about I'm trying to think of as many types of seafood. Have you ever had takoyaki? Octopus. Or squid, depending on how they substitute. What about crab meat? We're not talking about crab meat, like actual crab meat, but imitation crab meat. That's also a thing that seems to agree quite a bit with multi-generational, like westernized palates. And I'm not sure if it helps bridge enjoying crab meat itself, but I think shellfish tends to be a little different from seafood. Like, the idea that people think about when they think about seafood, when they're talking about fish, like bass, cod, mackerel. Oftentimes salmon is kept aside, so they're thinking more like tuna and stuff. Instead, crabs, like crustaceans, like shellfish, they tend to be different. They're viewed very different. Like, crab eats differently. So when you have crustaceans, crab is one, and shrimp. Shrimp and crabs tend to be their type of like an exclusion from the seafood category. It's always Korean, Japanese, or Filipino food. that they forced you to go to? Korean. All right, real talk. Since you're a connoisseur of chicken, Korean fried chicken or Korean fried chicken or Japanese fried chicken? You could say both, obviously. Have you had Korean fried chicken? Delicious. Ah, and Filipino also has a style. I forgot what the Filipino style is called. A lot. Yeah, man. I'm legitimately, my stomach is rolling right now. Whoops. I meant to type ling. Dang it. What type of fish is this? Ling? Is it carp? Are you a carp? Are you an oyster? We're gonna go with carp. Dang it. Oh, it's fish scales. Dang it. It's either you know it or you don't. It's ling. Fish scales.
零
Oh, you know what? Maybe we can find a character for Filipino. What do you eat at a Filipino place? For me, any form of adobo. You probably had chicken adobo, probably. all I'm gonna do now is whenever you tell me whenever you tell me you've ate at a restaurant, I'm just gonna tell you the dish that is typically served with chicken. Probably chicken adobo. You think Korean fried chicken is your choice? Probably because it's the first fried chicken you had. Oh, okay. The OG. Yeah, chicken adobo. If you hadn't had adobo, that's fantastic. Chicken adobo is amazing. But fantastic. Lian Ling Chuang. Scaly. Oh. Oh my gosh, squamish. Squamish, I haven't even seen this word in so long. Squamous. Like squamous carcinoma. Sorry, that's where my mind goes. I don't know if you're familiar with the word squamous, but squamous cells. Squamous carcinoma. That's all I remember. Squamous cell carcinoma. It's the second most common form of skin cancer. That's exactly where my head goes. Okay. No idea? Alright. Oh, we're done with our character size. Okay. We still got one more thing to do tonight, which is to wrap up Neverwinter thing today. It's been a pleasure, Sing Sing. It's great to catch up. Oh, wait. You told me visa news. Wait, did I miss your visa news? Hold up, we still gotta roll this out. You said visa news. They finally, after a year, start on your visa. Okay. Wait, is that it? That's the news? They finally started on your visa? Can you remind me, what is it that they're starting on? Like, what is it about the visa that they're starting on? I can tell it's big news because you said finally, so it must have been a very long time. I was kind of expecting the visa to just be done. Like, it could take 2 years to start on it. Oh, dang. That sucks. So what does that allow you when your visa, what's the turnover time on visas? If they start now, what is the average time the visa will complete? And then what are you going to do with it? We'll chat a little bit longer. I'm about to take a break and then come back for the last session thing. Okay, it depends on the case. All right. So in your case. Oh, so no idea? Oh, okay. So you don't have an estimate on your case? They don't give you an estimate on your case? Or your types of cases? Alright, let's go over this stuff. Gotta keep up with that. It's a wait in line type process, so that's why it takes so long. Oh, a rolling. Okay, rolling process. Interesting. Well, I hope you get it. What are you gonna do with it? What are your plans for your visa? S- 叫什么？交接 shining clean. Trivial matters. Nope. Wait, yes. Nope. Nope. 料干 air dry 开窍 to make clear or understandable, I guess, to be enlightened, become enlightened. You need to start working on the papers for next year to get the permanent visa, which you can submit 2 years after temporary visa submission date. Oh. So this is just to stay in Australia. Is that is that what you're inferring here? Or am I like missing the point? You have to do this. But with temporary you can finally work, okay. So you need a visa to I see. Learn and leave this country when you want. Oh, okay. So it also restricts you from I see. Intriguing. I'm not sure if in my life I'm gonna go through that process. And it is very intriguing to hear the different types of like uh immigration process in the modern age. And what I mean by the modern age, like in my age time, because my parents went through the process in the United States before I was born. So I myself have never really considered the idea of leaving the United States at the moment. Currently, you're not allowed to leave this place. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Why would you? You have plenty of seafood. It's a lot of paperwork. Yeah, I got that impression whenever I heard about the opposite. Yeah, we've already talked about Wen, right? The Vietnamese girl who did the opposite, right? Like she went over to Europe and like she shares quite a bit about like fun skits and stuff as well about the visa process where like it sounds like something that I'm not entirely sure if I'll ever encounter in my life because I don't necessarily have a any imminent motivation to immigrate anywhere. Really interesting to hear the different. I haven't heard one person who said like, "Yeah, visas, they're awesome." I think generally the impression that I've gotten with my interaction with largely internationals in a period of my life. Visas are notoriously just that lots of paperwork. I don't think I've heard, and like maybe there's like one weird exception somewhere. You know that moving to China and Vietnam are more complicated than Australia? I can imagine. I imagine if I had to take a wager, the countries that score highest on their like there's like this way of scoring of how open a country is. I imagine the ones that are most open have less complicated ones, and I believe Australia is one. Along with that would be something possibly like Malaysia, right? China and Vietnam sounds like incredibly. I would say those are probably one of the tougher ones, without a doubt. I'm not sure how well. I'll hear from Drama. Drama is working probably on eventually working on his visa thing for Japan. I would imagine Japan is quite stringent as well. It doesn't quite scream like, hey, we're just gonna not scream. For those, you need either family or a very good degree background. That sounds about right. I can't tell you how almost stereotypically expected that is to have some sort of either influential or professional financial upbringing, and then it goes hand in hand a lot of times because family, if you have family, it also means that your family is adjusted. So, and also it's both. If you have both, where you have family that's adjusted, like as in family from that place of origin, descendants or relations, or your family is of good standing as well. That's typically a selection factor. I mean, I honestly haven't ever gone to China, right? I haven't gone to China or Japan, but that's kind of how my parents select things too. A lot of times, you're talking. It's often selected through the idea of family, relational descendants, or both, varying degrees of good professional background, legacy, lineage dependent stuff. I actually genuinely have no idea how you would like succeed otherwise. Like if you wanted to move to China, I'm not as close to Vietnam, but it's difficult for me to imagine going to those countries for opportunities. And I'm not saying there aren't opportunities or like you can't make it. The idea is like you bring the opportunities with you. That's kind of the expectation of, without sounding too cliche, the expectation of Asian culture. A lot of common stereotypes are accurate. The legacy is Vietnam, you mostly need family. Yeah, legacy is the biggest thing. You can do it through marriage. Marriage is acceptable, but generally speaking, the dominant family, the one with the highest lineage, is part of the culture, right? Like to really resonate with how important lineage is for Asian cultures. Other than that, I obviously can always stay as a foreigner, like temporarily. It's mostly because they're still building themselves up. I can imagine that. I can imagine that in a sense. Obviously, for Vietnam, that is still true in China and especially Japan. They're always building themselves up. However, I can definitely agree with like the current economic standings, like the legacy lineage standings from historical things, like where Vietnam is like currently in their history, right? Yeah, less so here, definitely. This type of discussion I've had with my parents quite a lot. Largely because I'm born and raised in the United States, and that type of that type of discussion can create a cultural barrier, a very large cultural barrier, despite living in another country, right? Like living in the United States. Lineage is still king whether you're building up or not. It's very difficult to not take into account lineage. For better or for worse, I suppose. We were, by coincidence, me and Drama were talking about multiculturalism earlier. And of course, Sing Sing, we talked about multiculturalism before. That's kind of how, in fact, like it accounts for a lot of our conversations. Like the conversation about food, that's an interaction of multiculturalism, right? You not liking seafood, it's an interaction of multiculturalism. Drama deciding to move to Japan but not liking miso. That's interesting. one day is like, hey, I'm gonna move to an island nation, but I hate islands. I'm kidding, of course. I think things change over time. Humans have this plasticity involved. So hopefully you can find some sort of enjoyment in seafood in the future, with your significant other and your extended family. Especially when you get your visa. Done. 这样 was it 这样想? No, it's 这样想. Or oh no, it is 这样想. Dang it. 这样想. And praise or admire, I suppose. You're just an outside. Oh, they love seafood. Yeah, I would be surprised if you told. It was my assumption. I was assuming they love seafood. If you told me they hated seafood, I would be a little concerned. Like, what I mean is, if your entire extended family just hates seafood, I'm like, how did they survive? I know I'm saying this like jokingly, but at the same time, I don't. Be very difficult to survive. Like, are you sure Vietnamese? Yeah, the outsider effect. Did you introduce them to anything you like? Ting Sing? Like, what I mean is, have you culturally exchanged the other way around? My parents, without a doubt, they love pizza. Like, my father absolutely loves pizza. It's to the point where, he's got that he's got that Americanized problem where like too much carbs and whatnot. He absolutely loves. And early on when I was younger, McDonald's were not always like that stereotypical portrayal that most internet folks now know of. When I was younger, like over 30 years ago, McDonald's was pretty fantastic in my opinion. And my parents they were very much in adopters of that type of thing. Obviously, since as the years gone, it has faded because of capitalism and all that stuff. Your fiance eats bread with cheese and ham for breakfast now, which is only because of you. Ah, yeah. They tried, didn't accept. Okay. My parents like croissants, so they often buy like croissants and then put cheese and ham in them. Yeah. Bread is a big thing, like westernized bread. So that has been definitely something that they have been more into. Yeah, you'd make a ham and cheese croissant. Oh, hello there, Kazuma. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? How are you? We're talking about food. Talk about cultural exchange foods. And I'm wrapping this up so then I can go in my last session thing. Okay, so let's go into show Huo or harvest. That's good. You're good too? Good to hear. But uncle is like, what I don't know, I don't eat type person. That's fair enough. What I don't know, I don't eat. That's interesting. Uh, maybe this is my American side of me, but I often am the surprise me person. So I think your uncle and I would have a conflict of interest when going to a place to eat. Whenever I like go out with someone or something, it's more like, hey, surprise me. They come back with something. It's like, I don't know what this is, but I got to give it a try. You know, you're the I will try, but if I can't, I can't person. Oh, okay, okay, fair enough. But if you don't know it, right? If you don't know it, does it affect you? Like what your uncle said. Where are my parents on the spectrum? I don't think my parents have the. They do have one. If it's not cooked, it's a pass. My parents are they grew up from the Chinese region, right? Like a particular Chinese region. So historically, if you ever talk about like sushi, right? For example, in Japan, they cannot. They have a avoidance of raw things because based on Chinese culture, where things are grown up, the whole aspect of Chinese cooking in those areas is to cook to compensate for poor quality, like the accessibility to high quality ingredients. So it's opposite in Japan, where you can have handling and standardization that allows the common folk to eat those things. It's a luxury to eat certain things in China. So that culture kind of pervades in the quote unquote lower class origin Chinese people. So whenever it comes to fish, you can get sick from eating fish that is uncooked. You can get sick from uncooked food a lot of times. So that's where that aversion comes from. Where whenever now you're in a different country, maybe the handling is still kind of questionable. You know, the United States is not quite regionally consistent in their handling of foods. But generally speaking, my parents would have a requirement of it being cooked. Now, what it is optional. My parents will eat whatever because food is presented as an opportunity to satiate oneself and you do not turn away food. However, cooking is one of them. Like it's through more so the fear of being sick, which is kind of a luxury in itself. So going to Japan and like eating sushi and stuff, understanding that even commoners or like people who are not of high influence can enjoy incredibly high standard ingredients. That's more of a cultural bent. Are they with vegetables? Well, they eat anything. This is simply that they have to be cooked. So vegetables would be. They cook them and serve them cold, or cook them. They just cook them. Always blanched. Like rarely, like salads. That doesn't make that they still eat salads, but you have to know, cooking a Chinese vegetable dish is it requires cooking. So like eating a salad is very uneventful. So like even eating raw broccoli, well, you have to think about the alternative. You can blanch the broccoli and then impart other flavors into the broccoli. So oftentimes you think of like unadulterated, because here they kind of cook them, but they serve them cold. Oh, that's besides the point. That's still cooked. Like, if you think about Chinese things, there are so many things that are preserved. Like pickled radishes are refrigerated and eaten cold. I mean, the whole instant stuff, you have to remember that most of those things are cold. They were cooked once. So most of the stuff is cooked once. Although I do know what you mean though. I have encountered a couple people who they believe, like culturally, they believe that when you eat something cold, it'll upset your stomach. So typically the stuff has to be warm, regardless if it was meant to be served cold. That's not the case with my parents. Chinese cooking have a lot of preservative, like preservation, not like processing preservative, but more like preservation techniques. Like salted fish would be eaten at room temperature, so not necessarily cold, but eaten at room temperature. Like they're not warm either. So things that are once cooked over. That happens a lot. Usually, though, they prefer it to be warm, largely because of cultural norms. Like my favorite dish is a cold noodle dish from China. Cold noodle dishes do occur quite a bit. Like you eat cold noodle dishes during the warm seasons. It's interesting. I do like myself a bread ham and cheese. I enjoy ham and cheese quite a lot. One that my parents that I like from the United States, but it's actually acquired from. Where does a Reuben come from? I feel like the Reuben's somewhere in Europe. However, it was like transplanted. German, probably German. Because the area where I am is it's Pennsylvanian Dutch. So, the Reuben sandwich is fantastic. For me, sauerkraut, some form of corned beef. Usually it's like, I actually prosciutto, and it's a red meat of some sort, and then sauerkraut on rye bread or some fancy mixed bread, and your dressing would be some sort of like mayonnaise adjacent dressing to complement the acidity of the sauerkraut. A Reuben sandwich. Absolutely love Reuben sandwiches. I'm like very hungry. Quite hungry right now. All right, let's continue. Wait a minute. That's oh. 掐表. Use the stopwatch. Wreck havoc. Oh yeah, sure thing. Thanks for the conversation. Fantastic. I'll have to revisit this food conversation sometime with new experiences. I can't read that. It's so clustered. What is that supposed to be? Luobo, I think. Or radish. Okay. 鹦什么？鹦鹉 carrot 经纶 yeah no 痉挛 no 痉挛 you jerk. Oh no, what is that? I can't read you. Oh. Ming, 民生不乡 wait 民生不乡 keep silent.痴呆 imbecility. I have an interesting word, English word. Oh, 舒压 alleviate stress. 谄媚 flatter. 钟爱 to treasure. 混沌 wonton. It 蹲豚豚鼠 guinea pig. Jia struggle. Yeah. What are you? Oh no. You're so weak. 赊账 buy or sell on credit. 修 确 or 确 shy or timid. 傀儡戏 the show. 触笔 vertical stroke. 巍峨 high, tall, towering. 鸡嘶吼摇，鸡是姿势体大。It's no small thing matter. Bing Bao admission. Zehu? No. Yeah. Zehu. Bluster. Bluster. Ling Li. Clever. Xue Zi. Bloodstain. Dangfang. Warehouse. Mianqiang. To do with difficulty. Men. Knock on a door. 纸鹤 paper crane. 器皿 household utensil. 鸡长 bit by bit. 灵性 rhombus. 叱咤 mold. 鼻屎 booger. 芙蓉 hibiscus. 憔悴 haggard. 进入 seep into. 稽查 inspection. 夜宿关 crepuscular rays. 海蛎 oyster. 梨园 fence. 安讲 silkworm cocoon. 绿色 maroon. 病流 gush. 花蕊 stamen. 蟒蛇 python. 蓬梅 lentil. 鸿雁 a swan goose. 的确 concubine. Hora. Stealing and robbing. Tea. Big Trotter. Mingxiang. Muse. Yao Han. Old. Tough as nails. Dodger. Creek. Onomatopoeia. Chen Pu. Simple and honest. Ling. Amnesty. Pujian. Oh no, that's not Pujian. Bing Jian. Side by side. Mian Jian. Shy. Xi Huan. Oh, Xi Huan. Slow. Miao Xiao. Minute. Mie shi. To loathe. 自信. Email. Quan Fu. Curl up. 斥骂. Curse. 破壁. Haggard. And then Su. Wrestling. Onomatopoeia. Alright. That is a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. Yes, yeah. As always, feel free to pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're welcome to come on by. Yap, discuss, exchange cultures, you know? Exchange experiences. Keep each other motivated. So until next time. 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for our last session of Neverwinter. I'll be right back. Thank you.